apologizes.
There's nothing to do with lying or stealing.
Dave, can I make an apology?
I apologize too. Like I'm honestly
No, I'm gonna apologize because I said you are a good man last time.
Okay, fine.
I made big mistake.
I apologize. I don't mean I take anything personal.
You are
even
crazy, man. You are crazy. If you are not crazy, you are a son of a devil. Choose one of them.
Okay,
and
well, thank God.
If you are crazy, is good, but son of a devil is bad.
Crazy in love with Hashem. Crazy in love with God.
Love with God. What
I'm
you
a mad man in love with God.
Drinking dog piss. What you drinking? What you drinking?
I'm having coffee right now. I'm a madman in love with God.
Madman? Oh, God? Which God? You want to kill?
But honestly,
you don't know about Uncle. You don't know about Uncle Omar. Uncle Omar was on the front like this.
I'm the one showing my face here. If he wants to turn his
Uncle Omar's a veteran.
A few moments later.
I was about to call you a liar to your face.
David, with the Palestinian hatta. How it in the bloody thing?
Go back to the screen and just press the screen, Uncle.
David, you filthy liar. With the Palestinian hatta, you know, the Gutra. You filthy liar, full of hate. How many times you say kill and war, and you cockroach, you can't war. Go and do war in your toilet, you piece of dirt. The location, Speaker Corner every Sunday. You son of a gun. You got it? You scumbag as well. And you crazy. I say by Allah, if you are not crazy, you are son of a devil. Assalamu alaikum. Shall I go, sister, or stay?
Uncle, you want to see his response, Uncle? Like, because you said that he wouldn't say it to you, David. So he said it, David. So what's going on?
Should we meet up and fight
David's
to the death?
silent.
Is that what you want, Zobita? You want me and your uncle to meet up and fight to the death?
No one said that. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
What's cool?
What's wrong with you?
Wow.
You're crazy, David. You're crazy.
I'm not crazy.
You're crazy.
I'm not crazy at all.
I'm telling you, liar, and you want to kill me? You son of a gun.
I don't want to kill you.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I mean, just look forward in the dangers of E-personality. If he's an introvert, incel or whatever, and when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. That's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that have different implications of the process with the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates.
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, I could do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment. I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. I'm your host, Jen. Church of Entropy, happy to be here today. Running a touch late, but looking forward to the show. I will now hand it over to you, Doooovid, for the introductions. Thank you so much for being here with us this evening.
Yeah, happy Hanukkah. Good to be back. Tonight is the last night of Hanukkah. I got my candles ready behind me. I think Professor Samish is going to come on and tell us about Eric Zemmour and a little bit about French politics and the history of Algerian Jews. So look forward to that. I was on like Zobita's stream. I think I mentioned her last week. Basically, every day this week, she kept on sending me the link, and then I would get there, and she would just like attack me and attack me and attack Judaism. And then the next day, she'd send me the link again. So it was like 10+ hours arguing with
Punching bag archetype.
I mean, it's tough to tell. I mean, I guess like, I mean, I'd even send her the link to come on if you want. I'm not sure if you want her on the show.
As long as she's not going to shit on my authority, she's welcome on the show.
Well, I doubt. I mean, I also defended Hinduism, so
wonderful.
So, I, mean,
I noted that and was appreciative.
No, I mean, I would assume it'd be combative, but if you want, I'll send her the link. But we could wait till after Samish.
Well, I'm just concerned that it seems like we already have 2 people coming on, and we haven't even done the opening.
Yeah, so we'll wait on that.
And Monsieur, thank you so much for the compliment. Did you see that? That's heartwarming.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the same Mansoor from Babs or a different one's back.
It doesn't look like it, no.
Okay, so I have these links open, and I think I appeared on Ralph also. He came on last week and did another show, but it's kind of like low-tier TV, politically provoked. Also, like interesting turn. We'll talk about that. But let me just do a screen share right away because I already opened up all these links and just share some interesting things for this week. If you could give me a full screen, and then I'll also do the lighting the Hanukkah candles, and we'll do a chant, and then we'll bring on Professor Samish right away, and this other man from Ralph's channel might come on if he appears in the chat. So is screen share working?
Looks like it.
So yeah, I was on Charles Moskowitz also. I've been mentioning this quite a few times, like one of the biggest news in America. I'm not going to share. New York Times is behind the paywall. People to check the abortion case in the Supreme Court. Some of the biggest news in America. I'd mentioned because Norvin, politically provoked, talking about secession, balkanization, that the most likely issue politically to cause balkanization in America is actually abortion. Like you have a lot of racial nationalists that don't think the races could get along, that talk about the issue. But the biggest divisive issue in America right now is abortion. So like New York Times is mentioning the areas that might immediately be politically affected with abortion clinics shutting down, including Michigan, where I'm at, if Roe versus Wade was overturned. And you could see somewhat that it mirrors the red-blue map, with the East Coast and the West Coast very blue, and then Middle America red, that there's a little bit or a substantial overlay of the division of the effect of overturning Roe v. Wade, where states would likely make it extremely difficult to perform abortions, would be red states. And so I was just mentioning them, Charles. If Jennifer wants to talk more about that later, we can. Here's this clip Zobita made about me on her TikTok, and then I guess she also clipped me on her channel with Uncle Omar, trying to have a discussion, but it was just kind of like straight out accusations, like, God forbid I'm bad, Judaism is bad. And even though she kept on inviting me, so it might just be her personality. She may just have a very combative personality, so it's unclear.
She seems to like to filibuster.
Yeah, well, it's her show, so who knows how she acts on. And also the dynamic
with Ralph, like you can't have a show that long without essentially being a filibusterer, and you can't be a filibusterer without essentially being.
Yeah, like Luke or Claire, that people like hearing their own voice, and that's why they stream. And but she's got quite a following, 50 to 100 viewers, and she's also an IRL activist. And someone actually pointed like that uncle guy, may even be some sort of like jihadi extremist, God forbid, that's had run-ins with the police or something. I'm not sure. Someone messaged me that. God forbid, but she's also regular on Speaker's Corner. She's debated Joseph Cohn, and she, call her like an anti-Israel activist. But let's move on. So just some interesting links. I didn't have a chance to watch. This is the Neural Match conference. A whole bunch of videos, like 174 videos. I mean, a lot of them are short, like clips. So this channel dropped like 170 quick videos on the brain and consciousness, just in the last week. I haven't had a chance to check any of those out. If anyone wants to, please do. I'll be trying to check those out. That's our main bulk of Week in Review is consciousness, spirituality, heart problem consciousness, reincarnation. Here is a channel find Nerve Online, 450 subs, how single neuron dynamics influence network activity in the brain. It's an interesting video in relation to a book I just read. I just finished this book, The Single Neuron Theory, closing in on the neural correlates of consciousness. It mentions, works together with Penrose Hameroff, and the concept is that you could have a level of consciousness at the single neuron level, and then the brain putting together larger parts of consciousness from the single neuron. But you're saying that a single neuron in and of itself is capable of producing consciousness, and it's also based on quantum consciousness. So I read through the book a little bit quickly, a skim. It was kind of interesting. So maybe we'll talk more about that. This week might be other stuff going on. I found another channel, only 109 subs. EINT. Forget exactly what this was. The link in, and they have a whole bunch of videos on artificial intelligence and neurology. This is the European Institute of Theoretical Neuroscience. So not a big presence, but they put out a bunch of videos at a conference on their YouTube channel. I didn't have a chance to watch any of these yet, but any of our neuroscience geeks, definitely encourage people to check that out. Here's another conference, the Net Pi Any Course 2021, 49 videos, tens of hours of videos, only 80 subs. So we got, I know Memes loves these small channels. This one doesn't even have a link to like a web page, so I don't even know what NetPi Any is. But it had a big conference on AI and neuroscience, like 40 some videos, a lot of in detail stuff about neurology. So hope to have time to watch this. And Neil Seth, I said the last few weeks I've been sharing Neil Seth videos. He's been making his rounds, and here he is at the Royal Institute. He was saying Neil Seth is within the inside, and he's one of the big names in consciousness, materialistic understanding of consciousness. I think he came out with a new book or something, but he's been making the rounds. And so here's his video at the Royal Institute. So following that, God forbid, about 15 minutes from my house, horrible news. This kid from Michigan who shot up and did these horrible things, killed people in a school shooting. And his parents were charged for the gun. And it says that he wrote in his notebook the famous Oppenheimer quote that from the nuclear bomb, that from Bhagavad Gita, now have became death. And although it claims, now I've became death, destroyer of worlds, see you tomorrow, Oxford, God forbid. That's what he wrote on his Instagram in his own name before he carried out the massacre. They quoted the Bhagavad Gita. And ironically, the newspaper article here has a picture of Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita as it is with Tulsi beads. Although they say, I doubt that Ethan Crumbley had read the Bhagavad Gita, probably hadn't even heard of the Bhagavad Gita, that they say he got it from a video game that had this quote, now he became death, destroyer of worlds. So he probably wasn't familiar with the Bhagavad Gita, but interesting karma there. I messaged that to Arjun also. He thought that
looks like your shit talking worked its way into, parlored your way into a stream. Congrats.
I'm not sure what you're trying to say.
Well, you commented they may have been somewhat disorganized, and rightly so, and now it looks like the show's happening. So, right on. A little bit of soft encouragement. And it's going forward.
They just had scheduling issues, and Arjun's opened up his own business. They're in New Zealand, electrician. So if you're in New Zealand and need an electrician, you could look up Arjun. And he also is trying to open up a web design business of some sort. So if you're in New Zealand looking for a business partner, you could check out Arjun. So he's just busy. Ben Watkins, the other time, I guess just being a father or issues, had scheduling issues. So yeah, it was scheduling issues, and a little bit of professionalism just to be able to schedule things clearly. They're having difficulty scheduling, which is unfortunately you can't really be a professional streamer if you're not good at scheduling. But it looks like it's coming up on December 19th. I see they spelled my name wrong there. Mention that to him. This was a video on Graduate Theology U, I think actually an Israeli professor, talking about transhumanism, what it is, the history of transhumanism, who's behind it. So it's a pretty informative lecture, a lot of names, and the ideas behind transhumanism. Charles Moskowitz's new book has a chapter on transhumanism that he was supposed to email it to me, but I haven't got it yet. So JF was on Big Papa Fascist, kind of this like sister network to Politically Provoked, debating white identity with Sean Last. So interesting, and so here a Pew survey on few Americans blame God and say faith has been shaken amid the pandemic. So I'm just going to share the Pew link. Let me get this last thing off my desk. This guy Sam Aronow, Jewish History, talking about Jacob Frank. So I know we had that guy from Sweden who said he was a Frankist. Just a history video. So a recent Pew survey, I'll go through these a little bit. I'm not sure how clear these are. Is this clear to you even, or if people could see it? But some spiritual things. So the family is the top source of meaning in life.
I can try to zoom in a little bit more.
However clear you could make it. Like it looks like Jennifer only gets like 360 or 480, which might not be good enough to see these numbers. But you're just what gives people the most meaning, and you see family is the largest number one choice, and then occupation, health, material well-being. So here you see 38, the median 38% family and children, 25% occupation and career, 19% material well-being, 18% friends and community, 17% physical and mental health, and society and institutions, all the way at the bottom, pets, romantic partner, nature and outdoors, just a few percent.
Was philosophy on that list?
Not even out on the list. Hobbies and recreation.
That's obviously highly biased then.
5% included education and learning. I don't know if it's biased. I'm saying it's an indicator. They poll hundreds of thousands of people across America. So it's reason. I mean, Pew has a little bit of bias, but a reasonably accurate pulse of the sentiment across America. So here was an interesting question. Most Americans say that suffering in this world comes from people, not God. So among all adults, most of the suffering in the world comes from actions of people, not God. 80% of people agreed with that. God chooses not to stop suffering because it's part of a larger plan. Was 50%. Among evangelical was more than, it's obviously atheist or less religious people, probably Jews, less so. Satan is responsible for most of the suffering in the world, 44%. Protestant evangelicals, Black Protestants, close to 70%. Sometimes suffering makes me doubt that God is all powerful. Only 16% of Americans suffering causes people to doubt God's all powerfulness. Among evangelical Protestants, only 5% even sometimes doubt that God is all powerful just because of suffering. Sometimes the suffering makes me doubt that God is entirely loving and kind. Also, the same numbers that suffering does not seem to have much of an influence on people's belief in God being all powerful, loving, and kind, or that there is no God. Only 14% of people suffering made them think that there is no God. I think I showed this T-Jump video where he said the main reason he became an atheist was prayer not being answered, that he prayed and prayed and prayed, maybe like related to suffering or depression, and didn't get answered. So he realized from his own perspective that there probably is no God because his prayer isn't being answered. But suffering is one of the biggest reasons why people become atheists, and then also a lack of answer of prayer. I think even Ben Watkins, he had mentioned the interaction problem of the soul and the body, to leaning towards there is no soul, but the question of suffering was the main reason why he became an atheist. So here was more of the stuff I wanted to relate to me and Jennifer's topic of choice. My religion is the one true faith leading to eternal life in heaven. So most Catholics, but not Protestants, say that some non-Christian religions can lead to eternal life in heaven. So, people, I'll show the statistics of the belief in heaven. But then the question about, do people think that other people from other faiths could get into heaven? Because it's Pew, they're only, and it's a larger survey across America. They're only surveying various Christian denominations. So they don't have like Muslims, Hindus, Jews, atheists, agnostics. They're only surveying. So evangelicals are the most likely to believe that their religion is the only path into heaven. And so here is why I shared this to Jennifer. Among those who believe in an afterlife other than heaven or hell, what do they believe? So spirit energy lives on, 21%. Breaking on to the energy continues to live on, consciousness continues, or another dimension. Reincarnation, either reincarnation, enlightenment, 9%, cyclical existence, rebirth, 8%, rejoin with the universe, universal energy, that the spirit energy is changed, transformed, 4%, rejoin with the universe, God, 6%, learning, growth, 4%, net peaceful, happy without suffering, reunited with loved ones, 2%, peaceful, happy without suffering, 10%, and other. So just a little tad bit about what people say they believe is going to happen after we die. So here was the main thing I messaged to Jennifer about. I'll show a few more also. Younger Americans more likely than older adults to believe in reincarnation, and 33% of all U.S. adults believe in reincarnation. Evangelicals, the least likely, 16%. Catholics, even though, that God forbid it's a forbidden doctrine, 38% of Catholics say they believe in reincarnation. That's more so among Hispanics than whites. Atheists, 12% of atheists believe in reincarnation. So it's interesting. I was mentioning the other day that atheist does not mean not belief in the spiritual world. And even here, 12% of atheists believe in reincarnation, 32% of agnostics believe in reincarnation and nothing in particular, 44% of people believe in reincarnation. Actually, the highest is historically black. And then the Hispanic Catholics, so the black Protestants, almost half of black Protestants believe in reincarnation. The numbers are higher for men than women. Women 38%, men 27%, and younger people 18 to 29, 40%. People over 65 down to 23%. And you see that white people 28%, black non-Hispanic 45%, 42% for Hispanics. So white evangelicals are the least likely to believe in reincarnation, almost as low as atheists.
Well, you'd have to, wouldn't you?
Yeah, so let me try to finish this up and get Samish on. I would light the candles. Let me just show this one. We talk about this more after Samish is done. Large majority of Americans believe things could happen that can't be explained by science or natural causes. The course of their life is predetermined. 44% of U.S. adults believe that life is predetermined, highest among blacks. everything in life happens for a reason, 68%. Also, blacks, 87% of blacks believe that everything in life happens for a reason. Things happen that cannot be explained by science or natural causes, 83%. Catholics, 92%. So actually, Catholics are higher than blacks on those. As I mentioned, that atheism as a disease affects white people more than blacks. So interesting. Most Americans believe prayer could be answered. Percent of adults who say they believe it is possible to have personally experienced a definite answer to specific prayer request. 67% of all adults, blacks 90%. Direct revelation that said is possible and that have experienced 46% of adults, the highest among evangelicals, 73%. So they have experienced direct specific answer to prayer. Direct revelation from God or other higher power, 67% say it's possible. 29% of Americans polled say that they have actually experienced direct revelation from God or other higher powers, and highest among blacks at 56%. And this is the last one. Fewer than half of Americans say they have felt presence of the deceased, but most say that is possible. So the percent of U.S. adults say they believe it is possible to have personally experienced feeling the presence of someone who has died. That say it's possible. 72% of Americans said that it's possible. 44% said that they've actually experienced that. Not such huge racial disparities in these numbers, although blacks still the highest, 55%. Getting help from someone who has died, 51% say it's possible. 20% say that they have experienced. Communicating with someone who has died, 47% say it's possible. 14% of Americans say that they have directly experienced communication with someone who has died. Thought that was pretty interesting. So Samish has the link. So if he hops on, if you're listening, Samish, you could hop on. If Jennifer gives me full screen, I will light Hanukkah candles. And if you got the full screen working, I'm going to take my mic out and I'll do the Hanukkah candles.
Yep. On the job. There we go. Just got to recenter you there because right now you're way too big.
Okay, so I took the mic out and I'll start saying the chant. Well, hopefully Jennifer gets it ready. Baruch Ato Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'mitzvosav v'tzivanu lahadlik ner shel Hanukkah. Baruch Ato Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam sha'asa nisim lavoseinu Bayamim hu'ein bizman hazeh. So tonight is the 8th night, and I think I mentioned this last year, although this time week of review is actually falling on the 8th night of Hanukkah.
You still there? Okay. If you're talking, we can't. Oh.
Okay, so happy Hanukkah. Turn that light off so people could see the light of the menorah. So Samish, if you're there, I guess we're ready for you, and I'll mention a little bit of theology because according to the Kabbalists, the high holidays have Rosh Hashanah is where written in the book of life. On Yom Kippur, the book is sealed, and on the last day of Sukkah, it is sent out. That the book is sent out, and according to the Kabbalist, this last night, the last day of Hanukkah till sundown today, we just light candles. The Hebrew day starts at night, so the last day of Hanukkah ending tomorrow at sundown is the last time to redact and have change the judgment of the new year. So, we're a few months into the new year, and, so there's kind of like a day of judgment, understanding to the last day of Hanukkah. And according to the Bible readings, we'll start reading the book of Shmos in 2 weeks. And according to the Kabbalists, that's the darkest time of the year. If you're here in the north, it's the winter and the shortest days, the coldest time of the year, and it's the time in the book of Moses where the Jews are in Egypt and enslaved in Egypt. And so we're entering the largest time period of judgment of the year, and Hanukkah is the time, to return to God. And so it has a little bit of a, like a day of mourning type understanding. So I just sent Samish the link again, and if he's ready, hopefully he'll hop on. So I don't know if Jennifer, if you want to do your week in review, while Samish is showing, until Samish shows up.
Sure, that sounds good. I'm just trying to get it all sorted out for the right screen share here. Just all right. I sent you the "What's Wrong with Physicalism" link, eh? Off the. Yeah. Did you check it out? Emerson Green. What's the name of the channel? I can't remember. No, you didn't check this out?
Are you sharing it?
I thought I was. Yeah.
If you're sharing it, it's not.
Well, just take a minute to come up. I just put it in the chat as well. I don't have like anything basically set up right now, so it might take me a minute to get the chat comments loaded.
I'm not sure. No, I don't think you sent it to me. You shared it to the link of the Facebook, so I didn't have a chance to check it up. I just saw you. I saw you posted it in the beginning of the week in review. I'm not sure if you sent it to me on Facebook, so I didn't.
Oh, I thought I did. My apologies if I forgot there. Yeah. It was really just that one section that was super interesting, which I could just play a little bit right now, of panpsychism. They went on for about 10 minutes, and it was pretty interesting. So I'll just do that for just like a couple minutes if people want to get an idea.
Theist. Not just because you're an idealist, or you're sympathetic to that or whatever, but I'm just saying that like any theist who, believes in an actual God, like believes that consciousness is fundamental to reality. I just affirm like a naturalistic version of that idea. Sometimes I think of panpsychism as kind of like a synthesis of naturalism and theism, which kind of has, benefits from both views, but not really the shortcomings of these two views. So panpsychism, as I said, it's just the view that consciousness is fundamental and ubiquitous. So, it doesn't seem like consciousness is ubiquitous. So how do we make sense of that? It seems like it's kind of this localized phenomenon. But the thing is, like, as we've seen, there are problems with thinking that experience is just kind of identical with like nervous systems. Okay, so it's like I've got these anti-emergence complaints and I've got these vagueness complaints. It just seems like there are huge problems with identifying consciousness with like nervous systems, basically, so with brains. So the one reason for thinking it's fundamental is that you don't suffer from any of those problems. You don't suffer from the hard problem of consciousness. You don't.
Yeah, so it's worth a watch, in my opinion, because they're talking about panpsychism. And the way I see it, basically, if you start with pantheism accurately interpreted enough, then you eventually get to panpsychism, which I know has been accused it doesn't make predictions, but it would appear to predict life to some extent, or at least consciousness is a property of life. So, yeah. What's going on with Samish? Did he talk to you, or do you want me to do my week in review?
I said 7:30, and he said yes, but at like 7 when the show started, but he's not here. So I don't know, maybe something came up. So yeah, you just go on with your week in review.
Great. As I predicted, we would be seeing great things in photonic quantum computers. I don't know if anyone remembers that, but it wasn't that long ago. But then again, my sense of time it's not the greatest. So this is always nice. So basically what we're seeing is like this sort of phase resonant, harmonized, basically single atom excitation via some type of, perhaps a polarized light signal, perhaps a diagram that someone made back in March that is now getting built, something like that. Actually, no, this is something different from that. So this is a different state of matter. I don't quite understand, but basically seems pretty similar to the other one that I'm going to mention in a minute about single atom excitation. And they're calling it quantum simulators to emulate the Byzantine behavior of these quantum systems. I don't know why they got to get so prosaic in some of these writings, but what can you say? So new phase of matter. I don't know if you want to go that far. I mean, I'm glad that there he is. He's in the chat. Samish, you saved me from having to do yet another public speaking blunder. You coming on there? Hey, Tinkle. Yeah, so back to this story, very interesting. Yeah, so superpositions, entanglement. So notice how these notions are things I've been talking about for a real long time. So you have this notion of non-locality, entanglement. Well, those are just two sides of the same phenomenon. You can kind of see how if something is entangled, then it's subject to a principle of informational non-locality. So entangled means that it doesn't take any time for information to pass from one entity, quote unquote, to the other because they're actually the same entity. That's what entanglement means. Non-locality means that information doesn't have to be transferred in what appears to be an immediately adjacent state. That's the illusion of continuity, right? That's something our consciousness does. Disentangle space-time. 100% entangled. How do we know that? The mind that predicts all the observables that Thad did. Thank God that I didn't have to do everything, so you don't have to. You can separate your doubt between me and someone whose only other claim to fame is having allegedly stolen moon rocks. And I'm not going to comment on that. But anyway, we'll see what happens. Very interesting stuff. Samish, get on here. I'm tanking here. I wasn't planning on doing this right now. I thought you were going to save this. Hi, Skyworks. And hi, Rune, and everybody else that I might have missed. I thought the session started at 7:30. We've been on for 30 minutes. Samish, yeah, you can come on anytime. I think Doooovid is saying, did you send him the link?
Yeah, I sent it twice on Facebook Messenger.
Quantum spin liquids. Yeah, so it's just like, it's a question. I don't want to say it's the hard problem of consciousness, but once you can build one, the others become a bit easier to build. Thank the periodic table. Samish, yeah, you can come on anytime. You've got to mute your audio.
Yep. I sent it twice on Facebook Messenger. Okay. Okay, welcome, Samish. Been a while, and I think you saw me on Charles Moskowitz, and I brought up the last few weeks Eric Zemmour, the I guess far right anti-immigrationist activist running in France, and I pointed out that he was an Algerian Jew, and I was trying to give somewhat of a background of my understanding of the history of Algerian Jews in France, and I it goes back a few hundred years. The French controlled Algeria. There was a time in 1870 where France took in 33,000 Algerians from North Africa into the French mainland, and so I think Samish is part Algerian himself. He's French speaking. So if there's anything else you wanted to comment on that we've talked about, you can. But hopefully, they'll come on and give us a bit of topic expertise on, who is this Eric Zemmour? How is it possible that you have this Algerian Jew that's some sort of like far right anti-Islamic extremist French nationalist that could potentially become the next president, prime minister of France? So welcome, Samish. Anything you want to say, or if you want to just jump straight into Zemmour? You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, I was just wondering whether you guys want to start to talk about Zemmour, or should Jennifer finish her review, whatever she was doing before.
Oh, you're too kind. No, I could be at that
Okay.
for so long that Doovid would be asleep by the end of it. So let's definitely do yours right now.
No, the reason why I wanted to talk to Doovid is with Charles Moskowitz. It was just basically they were back and forth about the French Jews and when they left and so on. And there was one misunderstanding about the Crémieux decree that gave citizenship to roughly about 40,000 Jewish Algerian we call indigenous Jewish Algerian French citizenship. And then Doovid says that most of them left for France. No, they didn't really leave. I mean, some of them did, like the children went probably to get education and so on, but they were allowed all the rights and privileges as any citizen, any French citizen in Algeria, or even the French country itself. So basically,
okay, it wasn't like they migrated from France from Algeria to
no,
France.
no,
they were given French citizenship in Algeria, right, but that allowed them to move to mainland France if they wanted to.
If wanted to, right? Exactly. The issue,
which I think most of them did. I mean, I don't know what the demographics. I mean, that was in 1870. If over, by now, if there's not that many Jews left in Algeria.
Well, they didn't really leave in hordes. I mean, I'm sure I don't have any statistics about it, but most of them stay put. Why? Because now they have all the rights and privileges of the French, and basically it protected them against the whimsical actions of the Muslim population. They were no longer going to be second-class citizen under the Muslim rule. Now they were like the French. They were given all the privileges, schools and housing and so on, and left the Muslim by themselves. This is what the Muslim never forgive the Jews for doing, for accepting that. And besides, Crémieux was a deputy in France, and he was Jewish. He was emancipated Jew from Alsace-Lorraine, which is close to Germany. And there were it was really close vote. I mean, it wasn't really easy for them to pass that decree, but it passed because most of them were for electoral reasons. They gave the Jewish citizenships to French.
And just for the audience, we're talking about 150 years ago. So, I mean, the reason I brought it up was related to Zemmour, and how is it that this French Jew is might become the next president, basically running on anti-Islamic sentiment is like his number one topic. And so Samish is saying this beef between Algerian Jews and Muslims goes back 150 years or longer.
Right, the decree was in 1870, but it was longer. There was just a really huge amount of animosity between the Jewish and the Muslim population. But now having the French citizenship.
And the Muslims weren't given French citizenship, so it was a political move that France was a colonial power. Some of the French, there were already Ashkenazic Jews that had French citizenship, and maybe some level, like God forbid Dreyfus, like the Dreyfus affair was in the French military, like that. But whatever reason, France makes a move to give subjects of the French Empire in Africa, the Jewish ones, citizenship.
Right. Right. So
And
basically,
so I was claiming that was one of the first, okay, so you had the emancipation of Jews in Napoleon in Europe, but those were European Jews.
right.
But then
right.
at this point of like a colonial power, that France giving Africans, so even though they were Jews, they were Africans and non-European Jews, but France gives full citizenship to over 30,000 African Jews in 1870.
So yes.
And not to anybody else. Like in Africa,
not to anybody
it was
else.
only
Not
the
to anybody
Jews
else.
that got French citizenship.
Yes, but you see, the push was from all the emancipated Jews, what we call the emancipated in terms of Ashkenazi Jews, because most of the French Jews that were like in France came from Alsace-Lorraine, which is close to Germany. It's the same story we hear about the German Jews versus the Polish Jews when they start to come in. Even the German Jews have taken some anti-Semitic positions against the hordes of poor Hasidic, or what you call it, mostly poor Eastern European Jews who moved to Germany. They were really looked at them as a second-class citizen. They didn't like them. So Zemmour appears from that same mold of a Jewish person emancipated. Not emancipated, it was used by Napoleon, emancipated outside of their religion. So they were like the Jews, we call it de-Jewidized. You just take away the mantle of Judaism and become civilized. Basically, that's what it is. The French emancipation was to civilize the people, to look at the power of Voltaire and Montaigne instead of looking at the Maimonides or whatever. So
it's substantially different than under Napoleon, because under Napoleon, they conquered territory and they gave basically everybody, including the Jews and the Gypsies and the Poles or whatever, citizenship in this new emancipated France. But when it was in Algeria, they didn't offer citizenship to all the people. They only offered it to the Jews.
Right. I mean,
so it was substantially different, because you're not talking when Napoleon started moving into Eastern Europe and gave citizenship to all of the people in the territory they conquered. Here was a case they conquered territory in Africa, and they decided to give citizenship, but only to one of the peoples living there, specifically the Algerian Jews.
Right.
So I don't know French history to know if that's the first time or the only time that happened, or were there other scenarios where the French, chose to give, in Africa or another territory, just citizenship to one ethnic group?
No, they never did. The reason why Algeria was seen as French, compared to Morocco and Tunisia were protectorates. The French were there, but they were protectorates. I don't know, called protectorat, which means that you don't really assume that those countries are part of France. But Algeria,
Jennifer is she's German and Irish and French speaking in Canada, from growing up in Canada. Did you learn any of this history as a kid, Jennifer, about like Algeria and the French conquests?
The truth is very little. However, a coworker of mine was Algerian, so I got exposed to things like a bit of the culture and food, but this history is
Algerian Jewish or Muslim.
I appreciate it. I don't know that we got into that, or if that's the only meaningful dichotomy in the region. His name was
then you have a different. You're kind of like
does that answer it? If his name is Nassim, is that enough info to tell you?
Nassim's probably Jewish. He was Nassim. He was probably Jewish.
Nassim, yeah. Well, it could be Arab too, Arabic.
Yeah, it's unclear, but so at this point, you say it's like kind of like the alt-right and Jews trying to move in on the alt-right, kind of like Brittany and Politically Provoked, and saying like she's got blue eyes, like she's like just because she's Jewish is no reason to exclude her from the alt-right. So that now France has had a mass influx of Muslims, And so here you have Zemmour, who's an Algerian Jew who is not really French in that sense, and is quite anti-Islamic. Saying that we shouldn't keep on letting we Zemmour trying to speak for French people shouldn't keep on allowing Muslims to come in, but in the way where I guess he considers Jews, or maybe he's an emancipated, maybe he would also look at Orthodox Jews or Israelis and say they shouldn't come in either, or is it just specifically anti-Islamic or anti-Black or African, and he just feels like I'm a Jew, I'm not really like you should make a special exception for Jews?
He's really a French,
He
more
doesn't consider
more
himself
French.
Jewish.
Yeah,
He assimilated.
he
and
assimilated. I mean, for him, I mean, you could really read about what he says when he asks when they ask him, what is it? What is your view about being Jewish? He said, I don't have any. For me, a Jew is nothing. It's only a collectivity, as a collectivity. But as a person, I don't feel anything. The same thing with Jean Bernard Lévy. He was born also in Algeria. Jean Bernard Lévy, really well-known philosopher. When they asked him, "What do you think about Sétif, where you were born?" He said, "It doesn't represent nothing to me." Although
would he oppose me and Chabad just as much as Muslims?
What did you say?
Would he oppose like me and Orthodox Jews just
Oh
as
yeah,
much as Muslims?
in fact, he's against, like, say, le foulard, like the Muslim veil. He saw it. He sees it as a flag. The same thing with the yarmulke. He's against it too. He's against that. He said we don't want a display of any religious identity. For us, it's the French Republican values that should be upholded for everybody, regardless. Because he's always talk about the French as a nation, as a principles value system, which
But
is
not
really
as an
basically
ethnic group.
yeah.
I mean, he's
So
not.
basically,
He's like a civil. He's like an extreme civil nationalist that says there's a civil nationalism of France, and that like immigrants really can't are not capable,
right,
especially Muslims, God forbid, of becoming civil nationalists. But he's not an
right.
ethnic nationalist like Le Pen.
No, he's not. He's not. But see
I mean, he's very similar to Le Pen in
Oh
many.
yeah, very
But he's
similar.
saying she was an ethnic nationalist. And you're saying he's a civil nationalist.
See, because he's Jewish, he's allowed to say a lot more things that what Le Pen could say. You understand what I'm saying? Because he's Jewish, he's opened the door for Marine Le Pen to say things that she could not have said before. Now she really could say anything because he's there opening the door for her to express the true nationalistic point of view of the French.
Well, for
Those
her, I
who
mean,
are
I
from the
thought she
far right.
lost in that, and he's the one that is ahead in the races. I mean, I'm
Right.
not sure the French election cycle or primaries when it's coming up. Is it being hyped up, or does he actually have chances of?
Based on the latest polls, he doesn't have a chance. He doesn't have a chance. I mean, because he's just new. He's un agent provocateur. He's like we call a provocateur. He's a stuntman. People are calling him in French as a stuntman. He's used like a show. But let me just go back to history about Algeria. The French emancipated Jews. They were the French, like they're really living in France proper. They saw any new coming from Eastern Europe as second-class citizen. They really did not like them. In fact, they took on some of the Drummond ideas of anti-Semitism, like the very, very harsh, being like they're dirty, they're schemers, they're feeble, they're ugly, they're uncivilized. The idea of civilization is very, very anchored in that discussion. And guess who actually civilized, quote unquote, Zemmour when he was living in France, in Algeria? It was the French Jews who were emancipated, like the German Jews, the first ones, who went to Algeria to civilize them by creating l'Agence Universelle. having get rid of all the synagogues and then start to teach Republican values and philosophy and so on, and education and civilization and blah blah blah. So it was those who actually were sent by the French government in the 1830s to civilize the Jewish and to de-Arabized, because remember, Jews from Algeria were more Arabs than they were European. In what way? In customs, language, cuisine, attire, even names. Even me, Ben Said. I mean, it's not your average European Jew name, right?
Well,
So
even genetically.
Yeah,
That,
so
I mean, Ashkenazic Jews, could be 40 to 60% European.
exactly.
Genetically, Algerian Jews might have like 10% European blood, but are generally are not European blooded.
Right. So basically, those were the ones. If you read their writings when they arrive in Algeria, they were saying, here's a quote I can remember. They were saying the horse stables of France are much cleaner than the synagogues of the Algerian Jews, because what they saw there, they saw utter poverty. Of course, they were like second class. They were demitude, and they were just very, very against them, trying to get rid of them, get rid of their Arab side, their superstitious ideas. They were, of course, not really well versed in Talmud and all that. They were not like centers of great learning possibility in Algeria. So Crémieux allowed all the
I mean,
doors.
was it like a Jewish conspiracy of some sort that to give the Algerian Jews citizenship? Were there Jews in France at the time powerful enough, or like bankers, Rothschilds, or something, that were able to like lend France money or help out geopolitically in order to give the Algerian Jews? Or you're just saying France non-Jews of their own volition decided that they wanted to give Algerian Jews citizenship?
I think it was to help them out. Really, it was not intended to some sort of like
they're saying there wasn't Jewish pressure of European Jews for France as a nation to help out Algerian Jews. It was just random Christian do-gooders or atheistic do-gooders in France that decided that they wanted to help out Algerian Jews. Or was it like India, like the British in India, like a divide and conquer, where they just use Jews as administrators, like when the British were in India, and they raised the Jews up to management, is kind of like a divide and conquer, that they used various minorities and rose them up to power to divide the native masses. That France was somewhat trying to do that in Algeria, where you had a small Jewish minority, and so like a divide and conquer, so that they'd be able to rule over masses of Muslims and Africans.
Yeah, it was, maybe that's true. Maybe they used them as a conduit to pacify the country.
I mean, colonialism. I mean, God forbid the Jews were pawns. Algerian Jews were pawns in colonialism of a Western divide and conquer strategy, similar to the British used in India.
But again, this French was also Jewish, in terms of the early emancipated Jewish establishment of France. They were also part of this project of civilizing the.
Was it straight up that negative? Like all of a sudden, like Jews are second-class citizens under Muslim Algeria, so France is like, we're going to give you citizenship, and then we're going to crack down on the Muslims, and you're going to be in charge, and all you have to do is turn on the Muslims that you're living amongst, because you don't like them anyways, kind of, God forbid, in like a negative, type way. But I mean, God forbid, colonial powers use that with minorities all over the world, and saying not just Jews in Iraq, Jews in India, were similarly used like that. Where just like, okay, you're not being treated so good by the majority Muslim or whoever was in charge there. So, if you help us overturn the powers that be, we'll put you into a management position.
Yeah,
And if,
yeah,
if those
that's
people
true.
ever
It was
mess with you again, the colonial
the,
armies now will
the,
be defending them.
yeah, that's true. There was a project. There was a project to use the divide and conquer. However, the Jewish question in Algeria was very, very difficult because they were living under duress before the French introduction over there. They were really, really in bad position. I mean, very few were really educated and well off. The majority, even if you are well off and having a shop, you could be easily spit at by children or put into your place because you're Jewish. But it's arbitrary, so it's kind of difficult if you are a French Jew living under Napoleon and you see letters coming from Algeria telling you, hey, come and help us, give us this, give us this. What would you do? So Crémieux was just an aberration of history, but actually, actually, it was a heavenly sent way to emancipate the Jews and allow them at least some protection. Now it took almost 2 generations or 3 generations for the Jews to uphold a certain position and change the way of life, so that way they can be comparable to the French. By the 1900 1930s, they were just all emancipated as French citizen, and that's a heavy price they paid for their during the War of Independence in the 1950s. They really paid a heavy price, because that's why they just left. All of them left because they considered themselves French, more than French than Jewish, and that's what Zemmour feels. He feels like he's more French than Jewish or an Arab or indigenous Algerian. He
He
never
thinks he's
said,
better than the Muslim. I mean, so if you're looking
yes,
that you were
yes,
temporarily raised up higher than the Muslims for a few generations, and then
yeah,
in current France, like you're no better than the Muslims. Like you're there in
sure,
Paris or modern day France, you don't have any special privileges
sure,
over the
yeah,
Muslims. And
right,
so French people could say like, oh, it's our country, and like we feel like God forbid, like the Great Replacement type talking points. But if you're actually ethnically French, living in French, and saying like, what happened to our country? But if you're not ethnically French, but you're Algerian Jewish, you're saying for generations we were raised up artificially above the Muslims, and now you're you're equal. You're no better than the Muslims, and population wise, now there's a lot more Muslims than Jews, and there's no one to protect the Jews from generations of ill will feelings, that if you're an Algerian Muslim, you could look at the Jews, God forbid, as kind of opportunist, or more negatively traitors to their Algerian brothers teaming up with the colonial uh, power. And then just the modern day politics, where it's very difficult for a French ethno nationalist to arise, that you have a French Algerian Jew um, giving the talking points of French ethnic nationalists like Le Pen, but it's more the anti-Islamic sentiment specifically
right.
than he's not voicing a French ethnic nationalism.
Yeah, it's Zemmour is a case of
Are there French ethnic nationalists on the scene in opposition to Zemmour like Le Pen that have greater chances than him, or there's really no ethnic nationalism, French ethnic nationalism on the ballot either?
I don't really think so, but there is a lot of Jewish leftists who are against Zemmour. The majority are against him,
Well, because we're
but at least
multiculturalists, saying that
multicultural, yeah, they're multicultural.
willing to be saying
Yeah,
like it's in our interest to be seen as equals. They're not going to team up with ethnic French nationalists against
right,
the Muslims. And what
right,
I'm constantly like up in the alt right, where you have Jews that will team up with racist whites against multiculturalism. The vast majority of the Jews say our best interest is an egalitarian, equal society for everybody. And then if you see me debating, you always find these Jews or Israelis coming on, saying like, no, Europe should be for Europeans. And in the main, even kind of like Ralph on Right Reaction, who's part Indian, that you could make anti-Islamic sentiment a rallying point. I mentioned to Jennifer that I thought, Ralph, who was on last week, I'm sure if you followed in Germany, in UK, is Right Reaction, that the main glue that binds him and the people on his show is basically anti-Islamic sentiment.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Zemmour, what for me, when I hear his discussions and interviews, what he comes up as, he's not. He sometimes he comes up with really nice, nice talking point about immigrants. He said, as long as they come in and shed their own ethnic identity, religious identity, or else leave their ethnic and religious identity as a second to none, like in the background, as long as you don't show it off and accept the Republican values of French, you'll be fine. He's not
People always
against
argue
it.
it, saying like your
Yeah,
Jewish counterparts
I
of
think
the are
I think
always
the,
more pro-immigration than your ethnic majority counterparts. So they're saying for Zemmour compared to his ethnic French nationalist counterpart is pro-immigration, because your ethnic would just say we don't want anybody who's not us, God forbid, coming into the country, and Zemmour is relative to like Le Pen is pro-immigration.
yeah, he's pro immigration. Is not against it,
He
but
just
then
has a lot
again,
more restrictions. They're saying that
yeah,
the left is
but
like much more pro-immigration, but compared to the ethnic counterpart, non-Jewish ethnic counterpart on the right of Zemmour is much more pro-immigration.
well, it's really hard to say. I think Zemmour he's criticizing the policy of immigration policy that the French have taken over the last 20 years, which is immigration not based on work or study, but based on close family ties. If you have a cousin who immigrated, you can bring your mother, your father, everybody in. This is what he's against it. But also what he's against it, and why he's taken some great, really strange measure of deporting thousands and thousands if they don't adhere to some French Republican values and integrate and assimilate to the French. It's not really assimilating to the Catholicism or religion. Just accept the French system of religion and as a second degree or in the background, and then leave society as what do you call it, laïque, une société laïque, you'll be fine. But his ideas of
You know what that means, Jennifer? Whatever. What was that term you
Je
just said?
m'excuse, j'ai pas compris ce que tu as dit. Il y a des idiots qui me parlent sans cesse.
No, laïque means what do you call it in French? In English, the term is really well known. It's like not religious, secular. Secular. That's what it is. Secular.
Okay.
Laïque, une société laïque. Religion should not play any role. And it's true that the French Revolution destroyed the Catholicism in French. You cannot, if you start to talk about religion in France, like a renewed nationalism based on some Catholicism or monarchy, you'll be labeled as almost like an obscurantist person who's just living in a different age. It's all about enlightenment, civilization, philosophy, education, and atheism. France does not finance religious school. In fact, the religion is apparently disappeared in France. Now, what holds up very much are the mosques and the synagogues. So, kind of like the anathemas of what the French system was really built on. So you see, Zemmour comes from the same mold of those Jewish emancipated crowd. They were against their own brothers who came from really poor background, whether it's from Eastern Europe that migrated to Germany and France, or the Algerian Jews who immigrated to France. But then again, most of the
You take he's
Algerian,
just an opportunist and he only really represents himself.
I do not think that he represented himself. What is he doing now? He's putting the Jewish community to act collectively about this. They would have to. That's
I've,
what
I've seen all I've seen is condemnation from any Jewish periodical. But I'm saying
But
that
you see,
he's not acting as a representative of the Jewish community.
no, not at all.
He's just an opportunist, writer, thinker, politician that's saying what he thinks.
But think what he's
I
doing.
mean, he might
being
actually, in
Jew-
his heart, believe that what he's saying is best for France and Jews, but
Right, because I think what he's rising, what he's doing is really putting the ball into the other camp. Now you deal with it. Now you, as a collectivity, your Jewish community, whether you are religious or secular or reform or whatever, deal with it. Are you with me in terms of integration? Why did the Jewish people integrated in the French society with no problem, with their own schools, with their own religious institutions, with the consistoire? Like the French Jews, for example, do not rely on Israeli rabbi to tell them what to do. And that's what the French wants to do with Islam. They want to have a French Islam, not an Algerian Islam or Saudi Arabian Islam. But I'm afraid to say that the Muslims in France rely on either Algeria or Riyadh for ideas or political positions, or any kind of policies that deals with education, health, or anything else. So this is what the French people don't like. They don't like somebody from Algiers or Rabat or Doha or Al Azhar in Cairo telling the French Muslim what to think and what to say and what to stand on certain issues. So the French Jewish population or the community is really autonomous. It doesn't rely on anybody else. It doesn't rely on Tel Aviv to tell them what to think about a certain issue. Of course, there was no consensus on some issues, but nonetheless, in terms of religious matter or even political or social matters, it makes its own decisions. It's called the consistoire, which is a Jewish organization that deals with issues of policy with the government and so on. So that's really what he's bringing in. He's bringing in a big issue that the Jewish community in France will have to deal with this issue of identity politics. Where are you? What are the divisions? You are reform. You are against you are anti-Zionist, and so on. So,
yes, Sam, if you want to stay on, if you want to call it a night, you can. Chris is from England and it's getting late. He wanted to go to sleep. I met him on Ralph's, and I guess he's some sort of British nationalist. But he wanted to invite me on his channel, and he's been on Ralph's and Zobita's. I've been doing these London channels, and so I just wanted to let him on because it's nighttime. So if you want to stick around, were you listening, Chris? Did you have any questions or comments on what Sam was talking about? Do you follow French politics?
Sorry, mate. Yeah, I've just tuned in. Sorry, I've just tuned in. Obviously, I just wanted to show you that I'm a genuine person. I've spoken to you before. I'm an English nationalist, to be fair. I mean, yeah, I believe.
Do you hear what we're talking about with Zemmour? Zemmour is kind of like a French civic nationalist in a sense. He's also an extreme nationalist, but as an Algerian Jew, he obviously feels that he has a strong part in France, even though he wants to push. He considered like Ralph, like he's whatever it means to be French. Zemmour has done and wants to enforce that on others, even though he's not ethnically French.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I disagree with Ralph as well. Do you know what I mean? He's not ethnically English, ethnically European. He's an Indian, so I don't know. I don't believe.
Well, if he's mixed blooded, maybe he's a quarter British.
He might. He might have something in him, I guess. But I'm not here for French people. I'm not here for just white people in general. I'm here for the English people. I'm England first. But yeah, I would like to get you on a show. I'm very tired, so I'm not going to make myself look great right now. So, but just wanted to
you got to come
myself.
on and put a face to the name. We greatly appreciate it. God forbid you'd say something that you might regret tomorrow. So why don't we put a pin in it, and you can set up something very soon with
But-
Doovid.
Yeah,
We
but this is
went
my
from
co
very
this,
happy-
the
Absolutely.
channel owner, my co-host Jennifer, Church of Entropy. We usually talk about spirituality, mostly reincarnation, the hard problems of
Are you into
consciousness.
reincarnation? Yeah.
Yeah, that's one. But we also talk about streaming and other things. And we're just curious if you're a British nationalist and you don't even think that assimilated, Jews, like aren't so, why do you want to talk to me? Or you like talking? And even if we disagree about things, it's better to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was part of. Do you know Mark Collette? Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, I've heard of him, and I'm saying I've never
Yeah.
spoken with him, but we've debated or talked to some of the same people. I've been on Adam Green's and John Francisco Greppi.
Yeah.
I mean, you were part of his group.
I was part of with Mark Collette, so like, I mean, like, they do have this perception that it's all the Jews' fault. So I'd just like to ask you a few questions of those, obviously on our show. I don't have any questions planned right now. You know, I like to plan for my shows.
Yeah,
But
if
just
I
to-
bring you on and we'll say
Yeah,
hi,
yeah.
and we could schedule. I mean, are you spiritual? Do you have?
Yeah, I mean, although I would class myself as an English nationalist, I am actually quite fond of the Buddhism teachings. So I've been following Buddhist. You know, I'm a hypocrite, so I wouldn't call myself a Buddhist because I'd be a hypocrite. I like to have a drink and just living a typical English life, I guess.
Well, also if you're
and
a
having
British
gamble.
nationalist converting to an Eastern religion.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, but I do like the teachings of Buddhism, and I like to meditate. I meditate every day, like twice, 3 times a day.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course, yeah.
How do you define your nationalism? And how, if you were going to tell me I'm a nationalist, here's what I believe in, here's what my manifesto is. If you are a member of a group, how do you define that nationalism?
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think the ethnic English people should be a super majority in our own nation. So basically, like, I mean, there are people, and to be fair, I'm guilty of it. We just blame the Jews. It's all the Jews' fault, and that's why I'd like to speak on a more lengthy detail. But this is just a random one, so I haven't got any research written down. So, I'd rather do it at a later date.
And it's on YouTube, and we don't really want to torpedo the channel.
Yeah, true. Actually, sorry.
Let's wrap it up.
But I mean, you're basically what they call ethnic nationalists. That you would like your country to be majority of what you would consider the ethnic.
But there's a lot of people like Mark Collette would like it to be just specifically just all white. But
are you part Irish also?
Yeah, I've to be fair, I've got a bit of Irish in me, but like
Jennifer's part Irish and
the United Kingdom Isles. But I wouldn't want England or Ireland to be overtaken by Poles. I just think that we should all be living in peace and harmony.
But you would you unify the Irish and the Anglos?
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. To be fair, I mean, like, we've always been like we're neighbours. We're right next to each other. So
is that what we're calling it now?
What was that? Sorry.
Is that what we're calling it now?
Well, Jennifer's half ethnically Irish, although Canadian.
Okay.
French speaking. Just because it's Jennifer's main topic and you mentioned it, what are your thoughts on reincarnation?
What's my thoughts? That's an interesting topic that I actually want to delve into because it's an interesting topic because I haven't really looked much into it, but I know, like, I do support Buddhism. I look at all the teachings. I think it's the only religion, if you want to call it religion, that makes sense, to be fair, because I'm all about, like, it's your own mind that controls your life, your destiny. I don't think there's any, like, I'm not trying to criticize any God believers.
We're not that political on Week in Review. I just come on to schedule and saying, like, even if we don't have to be physical neighbors, even like, okay, you could be ethnic nationalist, you can even consider Israel ethnic nationalist, but there's the internet, and we could get together globally all over the world and talk about ideas in spiritual topics, and just say, like, completely from a non-political perspective, and say the main focus that me and Jennifer share is consciousness, specifically how does consciousness work, quantum consciousness, the origin of the soul, destination of the soul, specifically the concept of reincarnation. Where did our soul? Where did it come from? Where is it going after we die? And those topics from what we'll call like a science of spirituality perspective, and instead, like, you could talk with people about these issues even if you completely disagree about politics. Like I was telling Zobita, we just agree to disagree, and then talk about something else, or just share insights. They say, okay, we're not likely to meet on the battlefield, so like, we don't have to keep on focusing on what we disagree about, and still potentially have insight on other interesting topics.
Absolutely agree. Yeah. To be fair.
So, so basically, your nationalism is ethno-racial based, right?
Well, more of an more on ethnicity, I
But,
believe.
but if you say white English, white speaking, you are
Yeah.
including race here, or not so much the skin
Well,
color,
like,
but a Christian or whatever.
well, I think like English people are white, Polish people are white. It's like people in like Gambia, they're black. That's their
Sure.
ethnicity. So
Well, some people divide it. You're saying, like, if white is a race that includes most Europeans, like we're talking the Algerians wouldn't be considered white, although they might be considered white if you include Arabs as white. But ethnicity could be national. So like Irish, English, Polish, Russian, German are all from the same, so to say, race, but they're not of the same ethnicity. You could be a nationalist, like a French nationalist. You don't still doesn't mean you want people that are so to say white from other countries moving there, and the language signifier and culture signifiers, and also blood signifiers. But then okay, what about people from other ethnicities that have successfully adapted the language and the culture, and then you could have a German that successfully learned the language and the culture, as opposed to an Arab or a Jew that successfully learned the language and the culture. It's hard to draw those borders, but to some extent the borders are. I mean, even though the borders are basically impossible to draw, there are obviously some sort of recognizable borders. Just like I could look at you and tell that you're part Irish. Like, it doesn't take a genius to look at you. Even like, what does it mean to be part Irish? But it doesn't take a genius to look at you and tell you that you probably are part Irish.
Yeah. Of course. But we're all from the same kind of oils, you know what I mean? So like, I've got obviously English ethnicity in me. I've got Irish ethnicity in me. So like, I am ethnically English or ethnically Irish. Whereas, so like, I mean, the best way for me to simplify it is in football terms. So, do you know Raheem Sterling? Yeah.
I'm not a sports guy. I mean, we're more intellectual. We're more intellectuals here.
Oh, so you know him, yeah. So Raheem Sterling,
he's actually a professor of sociology.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's probably the best person I can like point to in these kind of situations. Like, okay, like he was born in Jamaica, Kingston. He has no ethnic ties to England whatsoever, but he was brought up over here. He wasn't born here. He was brought over here when he was about 4 or 5 years old. So he has a citizenship, which is, he's respected to have that, but he's not ethnically British or English in any aspect. But people in England would look at him. It's like, well, he's English. Like, he's been here for so many years, but he's not ethnically English. So and I just think, like, as His Holiness the Dalai Lama once said, like in a BBC interview, which you can catch on YouTube, the Europe should be for the Europeans and Asia for the Asians. And like when I went to Malaysia, which I wasn't actually like an ethno-nationalist at that point, I went to Malaysia and I because I'm from Birmingham, second biggest city, like the English, well, whatever you believe in, but me, I'm a minority in my own city. When I told them this in Malaysia, they couldn't believe it. So that's me, that's like saying us English people just move to Malaysia and demographically replace those people. They wouldn't enjoy that, and it's the same with Israel. Do you know, it's if Israel opened up their borders.
I mean, to bring up, if you talk to Claire Caw, who's ethnic Claire Caw, I'm not sure if the London secular Khan is a woman that's ethnically Chinese from Malaysia, and that Malaysia has some sort of tiered citizenry with although it's I think Chinese are the the second biggest ethnic population in China, but they have some sort of ethnic markers on citizenship there.
Yeah, the idea of Sterling and maybe others like
even like Israel, where you have Israeli Arabs says on their
or
passport that there'd be a passport that would that would have some sort of indication of ethnicity, like in Israel.
Right. I was going to tell you if you think, and this is just off of my head, if you think that Britain or Great Britain should be majority white, what sort of policy would you do if you were in position of power? I'm sure you have your idea to remedy the situation and to have it all sort of. I think the power structure is still in the hand of the whites, but numerically speaking, for the middle class and lower middle class and working class, yeah, it's really diversified. It's more non-white than white, mostly from subcontinent of India and so on. So for me, I would always look at it in terms of power relations, power, like who's actually making. So I'm sorry to tell you, but Britain to me is all white power. I mean, in terms of the decision making for the whole nation is under the white. It's under the British.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I would call them traitors to my people because they're the ones that flux our country with migrants. I don't think there's a political. I don't think there is a political solution, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm more a policy guy. If you're talking actual policy, like I mean Brexit. I mean the first step would be, some sort of moratorium on immigration in totality, or just completely freeze immigration or limit immigration. And then to create policies that make it more difficult for ethnic, like Zamora or something like that, to create policy that make it more difficult for minorities that would encourage them, to leave. But I mean, so if you're not a policy guy and thinking about like what type of bill you would put.
If I was in power, if I was in power, which obviously I'm not going to be in power, I would make it a lot more difficult in the country for immigrants, but not in a brutal way. I would take away like translators in the NHS. I would offer
get rid of welfare programs. You could have criminal law set up in a way to make punishments for crime much more severe. I mean, there's a lot of like soft policy issues that could be implemented by a majority right-wing government that would immediately limit immigration and would probably create the encouragement of migration away. Just like French Jews have been leaving France in masses. That if they change the policy around, not only would immigration stop, it would be likely that masses of immigrants would start to leave the country.
Yeah, probably it's spot on. I would also like maybe introduce like incentive laws, incentives, financial incentives for the indigenous people to have more children, and also we'll take back our media, because our media over here are always pushing interracial relationships, always pushing pro-white guilt, little things like that. But it's never going to happen. And I just think at the moment we're at a state where we just need to collectivize and build a community within our own people, because we're not going to get power. So as much as that might hurt some English people, but we have to be realistic. We're not going to win. We're not going to win power, but we have to build communities to be ready for what's coming.
I mean, we could talk about this more. So, I mean, you found me on Facebook, and so if you want to schedule it, so like I'm around if there's a 6-hour, 5-hour time difference. Like 2-3 in the afternoon for me. If it's at night for you,
I'll let you guys go.
It's fine. I mean, do you have anything you want to say, Jennifer?
It's unclear what the subject is. I thought it was something about Algerian. Like I figured everything would come into focus.
Well, I just brought Chris on because
Yeah,
he
just
wanted
like
to
subject matter. Cool.
invite me on, so there wasn't necessarily a flow, and because it's late at night in Britain,
Yeah.
I just didn't want to make him. He said he was going to go to sleep if I didn't bring him on right away.
Yeah, sorry guys. Yeah, I'll let you guys enjoy your rest of the night. Thank you for bringing me on. Yeah, Doooovid, I'll speak to you very soon. Thank you, Samish. Is that right?
Samish, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could reach. I mean, if Samish probably might have more expertise in the subject, retired professor
I
of
think
sociology. If you want to invite him on, also
I
to
think it is
talk about this.
It is a demographic issue. I mean, in France, since the 1980s, they used to push French couples to have children. You've seen like a huge billboard of a baby that says, "Je ne suis pas un phénomène sociopolitique. I am not I'm not a sociocultural phenomenon," which is very, very heavily like I don't know.
But if you understand how policy and government works, then you can just say, "This is what I want."
Let me finish. The issue is there was a big campaign to have French have babies. They did not. They did not. It was one of the lowest birth rates in Europe with Italy. But they do have to rely on replacing the old population for the labor force, for tax collecting, for supporting the elderly, for the welfare state. It needs the money from the work, from the labor. And without the immigration, it would die. I mean, it would be an economic suicide unless people have their babies.
Understand.
I mean, it's people just don't want to have babies anymore, like their grandparents who lived in the farm or lived in the early industrialization. They did have children. They go to work. Now it's no longer possible. Why? Because they all have attained a certain lifestyle, a certain upper middle class lifestyle. They don't want to have children. And I'm sorry to tell you, this immigration issue is a demographic issue, unless it is solved that way. But remember, it used to give them free health care for prenatal care, everything in France. French people did not have children. So what do? They open the gates for immigration. And that's really what changes. That's what changed the demographic face of Europe.
We could talk about immigration more on your channel. I'm generally pro-immigration, but I've noticed from a few years of doing this, the importance of immigration, and just that immigration is probably the clutch issue in terms of like, okay, what's your sentiment? What's the actual policy? And like in America, I was mentioning abortion right now is the most contentious issue dividing America, but behind abortion is probably immigration.
If you are interested in the issue of immigration, check the term dependency ratio. Maybe one of these days I'll stop by your show and then introduce this dependency ratio that people use to explain why immigration is the key factor for economic viability of any country, especially Europe.
Yeah,
it's really
I understand
interesting.
what you're saying, yeah.
It's actually a formula.
You can come on with Doooovid if you want, because
sure. I mean,
I am knackered, mate. But I just wanted to say hello to everyone.
Okay.
And just point across. Well, I will. No, it's fine. It's fine. I will make plenty of research and argue points that you've said, and I respect what you're saying. I mean, I know some bits, and I think like, why is it only European nations that need immigration? But yeah,
even though that's not really the case at all. Let's pick it up later.
Okay, we'll be in touch. We appreciate you coming on.
Jennifer,
So Jennifer, you disagree? You disagree?
I don't want to talk about this. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, no problem. And listen, like I said about Zemmour, it's just he's from that undercurrent anti-Semitism within the Jewish community. That's what it is.
Well, I mean, I think he's parallel to kind of like the Luke Ford, Halsey, you maybe even Brittany politically provoked is Jews that have largely assimilated that team up with people like Chris, so to say, that they're saying like, no, like we're the good immigrants, as opposed to the mainstream position of the Jewish community, which is generally multiculturalism in like the U.S., like like we're a country of immigrants, as opposed to so trying to get in good with the whites. And so there's a tendency to wanting to be accepted by the whites, and a lot of times to be accepted by the whites, at least in theory, that the non-white or less white person will become specially anti some other group. And currently Islam is the largest punching bag, and
Right.
like Trump, I mean, maybe historically at some point it may have been the blacks, and blacks to many times is a pretty big punching bag for some sort of national sentiment that, like, God forbid, why are you so focused on the Jews? Like, aren't this other group so much worse than us? And then, kind of like Norvin had Judas from California actually clipped that, where, Brittany, the blue-eyed half Jewish woman, was trying to, I don't know, like, friend up with the white nationalist, and they were telling her, like, you're a Jew, you can't be part of our movement. And I guess she was like shocked and couldn't understand. But they were saying, like, well, it doesn't matter that you have blue eyes, you're still a Jew, and don't have there's no room in a white nationalist movement for Jews. But and I always make the point, like, God forbid, white nationalists there are tons of Jews in white nationalist circles.
Sure.
And the far right. I mean, generally, ethnically, we're mostly liberal, like, obviously, but in terms of even neo-Nazis and
So, I mean,
other groups, and
did-
you could look at Zamor like that.
Yes, Zemmour is only the recent one, but there were old ones that, especially early 1900s, who wrote books. I mean, books about the threat of Eastern European Jewry, and also the Mizrahi Jews from North Africa.
I mean, a
So
lot of
this-
like Halsey and Brittany,
Yeah, I mean, almost like
blue-eyed people. Some of
it's-
Zamor is not even really that. I mean, I guess he maybe has lighter eyes, but he's not even really European
No,
looking
for
or
me-
European blooded, as opposed to a lot of Ashkenazic Jews that end up in far right circles are extremely white passing. A lot of them blue eyes or even blonde hair that would make them much more white passing, and also the tendency to say that if like you always a Jewish supremacist, I think I'm better than you, because
Sure.
and so if a
Well-
person that just the ethnic phenotypical features, but like I'd say
Zemmour-
generally fails. And I said that's how I use Norvin in the first place, that like Norvin Hobbes was to kind of divide and conquer white nationalists by dissension in the ranks of the Jews, because God forbid in 2016, after Trump got elected, there were tons of Jews that were basically racist. And I saw it here in Metro Detroit, in New York. It was the blue-eyed ones that came out in favor of Trump. And
Right.
like literally, like a lot of Jews have blue eyes, and I saw that just here in like Metro Detroit, like of the people that became big Trump fans, like 90% of them were had blue eyes, even in synagogue, like the people that were big Trump fans, they had blue eyes. And so
Yeah,
there is
but,
that certain tendency. And then you could look at a like a man like Chris or something and be like, no, like you're a Jew, like no, like I don't mean, I'm not including you in our nationalism. Or even someone like Mike Enoch, or he said, God forbid, the name of Mark Collett, who is not a blue-eyed man, but he's Anglo, and or Jeff Greppy is not a blue-eyed man, and saying, okay, you might have blue eyes, but you're still a Jew, and we don't consider you one of us. And so it
Right.
causes a lot of confusion. And we've talked about the blue eyes and Jews, blue eyes possibly like as a deception method. I'm not sure if you look, does Zamor have light colored eyes?
He has green eyes,
Yeah,
man.
you pointed it out to me.
He has
Yeah, I mean,
green
that's
eyes.
some sort of like deception method.
Well,
Saying like
that's-
Zamor is, he's not European, but he's a green-eyed man. So he's coming and saying, we don't like these other people and saying, well, who are these other people? Like a lot of people don't like, God forbid Jews. They would say, but no, I have green eyes. I look like you. He has the,
No,
I call blue
I,
eyes basically the
I,
signifier of the European. That relatively blue eyes is the symbol of the European man. So when you have
yeah,
a Jew bearing those blue eyes, that it becomes deceptive or
I,
confusing in terms of these national things. And so Zamor having green eyes is
Yeah, you've already
probably.
lectured me on a great
I don't,
constituency of
I
Jews
do not
having
believe,
blue eyes.
I
But
do
you
not
think
believe,
Zamor's green eyes mean something? Like if he didn't have green
I,
eyes, he wouldn't be. There's no way that he would have risen to the levels he has.
no, but for example, what is his name? Jean Bernard Lévy is brown eyes. I mean, he's
He
well
doesn't have
known.
any. He doesn't have any followers.
No, he doesn't. I
I'm
mean,
saying that there's no
yeah,
deception. That
but
it's like
he's a
okay,
philosopher. He's a
I'm saying he's
philosopher.
a Jew. Like no nationalists are going
Yeah,
to fall
but
behind him.
he's a philosopher. He's known everywhere. He produced books and TV shows and so on, and he's really uh, regular in the TV interviews about issues of Judaism and Israel. But what Zemmour said lately, what he wrote in his book, the latest book, which I have read only an extract, it is apologies about Pétain and Vichy regime. What he says that De Gaulle, Charles de Gaulle, anti-Nazism, and Pétain, pro-Nazism, they all protected France, but in a different way. But they protected France. I mean, how how bad it is to just put De Gaulle and Vichy regime or Pétain, General Pétain, in the same basket and say, well, they're all patriotics. They all love France and they try to protect it the best they can. No, I'm sorry.
Anti-Sephardic, anti-Ashkenazic sentiment, which God
So
forbid
it's
is
not
also quite
Pétain.
common.
You cannot have apologetic about Pétain. Pétain was a collaborator. He was tried that way, and history is history. Why are you trying to say that he was okay? He was protecting. He was protecting the French against the German. No, he didn't protect French or German because if he protected, he would have fought, or he would be part of the resistance, or else just refuse to be the head of the government if you feel like the German pushed you to take that position. It's really bad. But then again, he had a big followers among Marine Le Pen. But it seems to me like he's drawn a lot from them, and they seem to like him. So the problem is whether there's an if there is any problem arising in the global arena in terms of wars or immigration, it might tilt the balance. He's not really favored now. Everybody is going to center left, but you never know what's going to happen. Because I see it as a phenomenon that is pushing the Jewish community in France. This was what worries me the most. Is the Jewish community in France? How are they going to be viewed by the general population in terms of pushing them to take sides? Because Zemmour is at the forefront, try to tell them that get rid of your Judaism and put it in the second background and take on the French culture as it is, and try to push them to act collectively, because no longer the one person can talk about, oh, I'm against him, and it's all about whether you're going to go. Another solution is just to do the Aliyah and go to Israel, which most of them are doing anyway, and for what? Because of the extreme Islamic.
Yeah, but he's been
Yeah,
universally condemned. I mean, I haven't seen a single
yeah,
Jewish
yeah.
publication,
But
even the right-wing ones, that haven't condemned him. And the problem is that Jews are generally multicultural, so we live next to Muslims. Even
sure,
like the black on Jewish violence, that you have Jews that are supporting the strong arm of the law and Trump policies, stop and frisk. But we live basically in African American neighborhoods. Like over 50% of all Jews in America live surrounded by majority African Americans, and over
sure.
90% of Americans live in multicultural areas. And France is probably even maybe worse than that. That
Yeah, it's
probably
worse.
every major French
It
neighbor,
is.
Jewish neighborhood
It is.
borders a
It is.
Muslim neighborhood. So if you have a single Jew that's
It
going to
is.
become the face for anti-Islamic sentiment, on the street, you're going to find violence against Jews. and so the Jewish Frenchman
Yeah,
is looking for
that's
the white Frenchman to defend him against the violence of the Muslim. It's unlikely to come, so it's going to be a double whammy. But
right.
and it could even that's why he's probably been universally condemned. Like every major Jewish publication
Right.
is saying this guy's bad for the Jews, but at the same time, kind of like Stephen Miller, or like he could be useful for the nationalist because he's a Jew. He'll be able to get away with saying things that a French nationalist wouldn't be able to. So it could be he's basically done already. He was just a news story. He's got no chance, and some nationalists will keep him around a little bit, or people like Ralph or something like that, where you're just going to jump on the bandwagon of anti-Islamic sentiment, and you could be reasoned like Hindus, like I've noted here in Metro Detroit, that the largest anti-Islamic sentiment I come across is from the Indian Hindu community. So you could find politics makes for interesting bedfellows, and just people taking an opportune time to jump on the Zamor bandwagon, basically as an excuse to air their grievances against Muslims.
Probably, yeah, probably.
And even a lot of Israelis, like Israelis are always in these chats teaming up with the white nationalists, largely trying to come to some sort of agreement about how bad Muslims are. Like, God forbid the news in Israel this week with
right.
the terrorism and the guy being possibly
Yeah.
shot and executed. They're saying like, no, like, Israel's not that bad because Muslims are that bad, and we have to act like that because Muslims are that bad. And then you could get ethnic nationalists in Europe to agree that Muslims are that bad, and that's why you find Israelis all over the place in these right-wing chats, like this Mossad guy. You've had the run-ups, and even like Joseph Cohn, who I don't call him anti-Islamicist. He deals with Muslims and kind of a communicator,
You're
but even
about
has
the one who wanted to expose you.
Yeah, but he also has kind of like an anti-Islamic sentiment where he'll come, like he's got his blue eyes there, and he'll come to saying like, "Are you really, like these Muslims? Are you really going to believe these Muslims?" And just as a strategy of othering somebody else, and saying that Jews, especially Israel supporting Jews, are likely to jump on the bandwagon of anti-Islamic sentiment.
Well,
we met at Jewish Voice for Peace events, and I've advocated giving Palestinian citizenship. I'm pretty liberal in terms. I think that everybody could get along, and I think in Israel that Jews and Arabs could get along in the same government with equal citizenship. And your average even American Jew is like, you're crazy. Like giving all the Palestinians Israeli citizenship, there'll be no more Israel. Like we can't get along with these people. And the type sentiment, like God forbid that, like in France you can't say that. Like in Israel, it's like, of course we can't live together with these people. But like in France, like you can't say that. Like of course you have to live together with these people. Like even to say otherwise, goes against the current principles that are being said. So it pits the Jewish community, the strategies of America, of Jews in the U.S. and London that are multiculturalists, and say we could all get along and live together, versus the Israeli Jews who want to have an ethnic supermajority and claim that we can't get along together as one of the reasons why they need the ethnic supermajority.
But I think the issue about why people are bringing the Islamic cards comes from real problem on the ground. In France, like in the banlieue, like in the suburb,
well, I mean, it's Jews,
the Jews already have gone. This is where the violence started. And even in Israel, in cities, like city like what it is, it's Far, which was like half Arab Israeli. When the latest violence comes in, the Israeli have suffered greater loss of their synagogues and cars and stuff, and violence against Jews by Arabs that used to be their neighbors.
I mean, look at Detroit.
There is some truth about the inability of some individual to live in common ground.
It was counterfactual about the blacks. Look, they're saying the Jews live together in majority black communities all over the U.S.
Yeah, but I'm not
I
talking
live
about
in a
the U.S.
majority black
I'm not talking
community.
about the U.S. The U.S. is far ahead in terms of integration and
Not
nonviolence
really, I'm
and so
saying
on.
there's a lot of violence, like among blacks and Jews. There's a lot of violence in
Blacks, yeah,
Brooklyn.
blacks, yeah, but
I'm
it's
saying,
not
and
really huge.
violence from blacks
It's
to
not.
Jews is more than violence from Muslims to Jews. But Jews have been living in majority black communities for decades now.
Can I just
Yeah,
say
but
real quick that look what that word is, dumbass. It's novel. What do you think that word means? New, right? As in not pre-existing. Sorry, as you were.
Yeah, I mean, if you're saying that, okay, we have problems with, but probably the violence of blacks to Jews is probably worse than violence of Arabs to Jews. But we've been living in these communities for decades. I mean, consider Crown
Sure,
Heights, the
sure.
riots in Crown Heights. God forbid, that was 30 years ago. The riots in Detroit, that was 50 years ago. But we still live among majority blacks.
Sure. I understand that, but the issue is like this skirmishes and violent outburst that comes up whenever there is a problem with Gaza tells you something that some people who are for integration may not. They don't show their true nature. And again, for me, it's this two-state solution would work better now than ever before. The status quo is not going to be in favor of Israel or any Jewish person living anywhere. There needs to be a second two-state solution. But then again, what you gonna do with the with
Yeah, no, I
the
mean, so we don't need to argue
stuff?
about
I
this
mean,
here. If you want,
if you
I could invite you on
the,
my channel. We could discuss this because I mean,
yeah,
Jennifer, doesn't.
sure, sure,
But
sure.
like, no, I mean, like I said, I would give Palestinians full citizenship, and I think it's just going to get worse, and that
They would not.
probably
The
global anti-Semitism, if it is
David,
increasing, it's increasing
David,
because of what's
Palestinian,
happening in Israel.
David, the Palestinian living now in the West Bank, like in Samaria, Judea, Samaria, they would not accept citizenship from Israel. They would not accept it.
I mean, they might, by saying that
They would not.
Detroit is a much more violent
Jordan,
place
they would
than
not,
Israel.
because they
Even
would not
Gaza,
accept it. They would not accept it.
Detroit
They
is a
would
much
rather be
more violent place than
Palestinian.
Gaza.
They
I mean,
would
look
be.
at the murder statistics. The fact is that
No, we're
Detroit
talking
is
about.
significantly more violent than Gaza, but we still live here in Detroit.
Yeah, well, that's not the point. The point I'm trying to.
If you could live in Detroit, you could live in Gaza. Detroit's more violent than Gaza.
Come on, it's different.
I'll give you the numbers.
Just showing off now.
No,
Come on, you two. I don't want this to turn into a thing where there's bad feelings at the end.
Yeah, I'm saying the numbers are the numbers.
If you compare Detroit to Gaza, come on, man.
There's more murders per capita a year in Detroit. There's more, God forbid, every one of the statistics, it's worse here in Detroit than it is in Gaza.
Yeah, sure. We disagree with that, but it doesn't mean anything.
You live here by choice.
In terms of
your safety level of something happening to you is probably better, and even in even the no Jews live in Gaza, but I think even in Gaza, better than
okay.
Detroiters. That's just why I reject this.
Let me ask you a question.
Concept that we need two states for two people.
Let me ask you a question. Take for example the majority of Arab Israeli, and if you ask them questions about what do they think about the state and about Hatikva, talking about Jews, and and they're Israeli, right? What do you think they say about them living there? Do you think they agree with the being in the state? They probably are reaping the benefit of all the stuff, but deep down inside, ideologically, they really do not want to be part of it.
Well, I mean, no one wants to be oppressed. No one wants to be part of
what
something that's set up for someone else other than them. Just like the Algerian Jews didn't want to be second-class citizens under Muslim rules. Arabs don't want to be second-class citizens under Israeli rules. And so that's just the natural condition. No one wants to be a second-class citizen.
So again, what does a citizenship is going to do?
It's just only you have equality. You could deal with maybe violence
for show only. I mean, if you're citizenship, you have to have all the rights and privileges that everybody have. If you give citizenship, okay, take it.
Yeah, I mean, just like here in Detroit, like us and
Yeah.
blacks
So
have
basically, are you
completely
telling me I'm
equal
going to
under the
give?
law. There could be bias and racism, but our
No,
black neighbors have exactly equal
I'm
citizenship and all the rights and privileges of an American as we do.
I'm looking at it from a point of view of practicality and future viability of this option. I mean, it's on the book. It looks very nice. Yeah, give citizenship to everybody. Yeah, but most of the Palestinian in the West Bank think that their territory should be Judean right. No Jews. Everybody gets out. The same thing with the Algerian
Yeah, I don't like when
independence.
Jews speak on behalf of other people. I mean,
So
I would
that's
I would talk directly
I'm
to
talking
Arabs and
about
Palestinians. I don't
I'm
want I
talking
don't like
about
when
the
I don't need Jews to tell me what Palestinians think. I talk directly. I met you at
Yeah,
events
you
with
got your fill with
Palestinians.
Chuck, right?
Well, no, I'm saying I know Samish from Detroit and from events with Palestinians. If I want to know what
Palestinians, right?
Palestinians think, I'll ask them. I don't need your opinion on what they think. I mean, like I would deal directly with the Palestinians. Like it's kind of ridiculous for Jews to try to scaremonger and say, do you know what these Palestinians really think?
No, basically, I mean, I'm just telling you from what I read from their
I know hundreds of Palestinians. And I mean,
what
we
you
probably
know,
we
what
probably
you
have
know,
tens of
it's your
mutual
neighbors.
we
I
probably
am
have
I
tens
am
of mutual Palestinian
I am
friends.
I
I'm saying,
am
like,
re
in real life, me and you have tens of mutual Palestinian friends.
Sure, I do have friends, yeah, but
I say me and you have
they
tens
do
of the
not
same Palestinian friends.
they do not represent the majority of Palestinian living in Jordan and West Bank. They do not.
Yeah,
So why are you
because
telling me
it's
that
a
because
different
you know
political
them?
situation.
You read about the PA coming
I
up
say if
with
I could get along with the
edicts and so
Palestinians
on.
here in Detroit, I think I could get along with them in Israel too.
Yeah, sure. I'm just telling you that the citizenship works in paper, but I'm afraid that it's just not going to work because people are not going to accept it, even Palestinian. I'm just guessing. Go
Yeah,
and ask your friend and let me know if
I'm a vast minority. Like even
yeah.
the liberal Jews, like Samish is generally like a liberal Jew, and so. I don't know if Peter Beinart, I don't know if he's already like on Doovid's level, where he just like you got to give these people full citizenship, like end of statement. Palestinians need full citizenship. It doesn't matter, like how difficult it's going to be. It's the right thing to do. It's eventual. It's inevitable. Just like blacks in America, the civil rights. You can't keep these people here under, less and give them less rights. Like Israel is in control. They have to give those people full citizenship. And that's my take on it. But I mean, we don't have to argue back and forth. I know I'm a vast minority, probably less than 5% of Jews, agree with me. Even liberal, if not now, even Jewish Voice for Peace people think that Doovid's crazy, saying that we should just give full citizenship to all Palestinians immediately.
Yeah, I mean that's how I see it myself. I mean, the Arab Israeli have full citizenship of Israel. I mean, they just go.
They don't. They have a different level citizenship. There's not one equal citizenship in Israel. Saying it's just factual that there's an ethnic classifier on your passport. There is no one generic citizenship in Israel. There's an ethnic classifier in the citizenship that even Israeli Arab citizens have Israeli Arab citizenship, and there's different laws and possibly some rights and privileges for the people even with full citizenship. So I would do away with that immediately and just have one citizenship for all people, and the Israeli Arabs would get that, and I would also give that full citizenship to to everybody in Gaza and the West Bank too.
Oh, okay.
And probably even to the right of return. I would let the Palestinians in Detroit, if they wanted, go back and exercise the right to a full citizen Israeli citizenship, and we would have to form some sort of new collective government that would work for all people as equal under the law. Like I said, even most liberals would think I'm crazy for that.
That's the best possible solution. That's true. but I don't think it's practical. Given the situation on the ground and the ideological underpinning of the majority of Arab countries and diehard Zionist anti-Palestinian Jewish groups.
What's the support rating of the guy Gantz?
Gantz
Yeah.
is the Minister of Defense. I think
Isn't he currently the president?
No,
Bennett,
no.
who's not that popular, and he's kind of the
Oh,
Zionist
I got it mixed up.
extremist, and Lapid is his
What's his? I'm
prime
sorry, I got his name
minister.
wrong. But what's his approval rating? Not high, is it? I mean, that was the irony of the whole thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
He was
it
among
kind
one
of
of the most
almost
unpopular guys.
nonsensical that he became prime minister, and I mean, I think his approval rate is like hovering in the 40s. The coalition's always in question of breaking up. Lapid, they basically made a deal with him just to get rid of Netanyahu. He had extreme bargaining power because Netanyahu was short of the coalition, and Lapid couldn't get a coalition without making some sort of agreement with right-wing people, and it necessitated this man who only had a few percent of the vote becoming prime minister. And so it's pretty unclear what's going to happen. But even Gantz, like the left-wing, Gantz, who's a general, Lapid, who's a general, are basically ethno-nationalists. So even the left, even Labor, Labor, the far, representative of the far left parties in Israel are basically ethno-nationalists. Like what I'm saying, giving full citizenship to all Palestinians, I don't even think there's a political party espousing that. Maybe the Arabs, one of the Arab parties, like the majority of the Arab parties probably don't even think that. One of the Arab parties maybe now would want what I'm saying, and maybe less than 1% of Israeli Jews would even consider what I'm saying, although they might say eventually, and in America, probably about 5-10% of American Jews, maybe even 10% of American Jews just say, yeah, you got to give those people full citizenship. Peter Beinart is probably the biggest name of someone well known that's active on the scene, that had been a two-stater for a long time and now is moving towards one state, but he hasn't actively said what Doovid said, that we should immediately give full citizenship to all Palestinians.
Sure. Look, what you are advocating was also advocated during the French and Algerian War. But de Gaulle did not want to have that, because one option was to give the Algerian,
including the Muslim, all Algerians, full French
all
citizenship, just the Jews,
why he
which was a
didn't
vast
agree?
minority.
Yes. Why he didn't agree? Because he didn't want to have Arabs, Muslim, living close to him in Paris. Just give them independence. And then guess what? With the independence, the Jewish population, what would they do?
Well, it's somewhat similar, though. I mean, France was the governing colonial power of Algeria at the time. So if France was going to continue controlling the area, the French of the time had considered, there were voices, if minority, that said, let's just give all of the people in the territory we control full French citizenship.
Yes,
so,
but it was not.
There was
it was
a voice
not.
saying that
It was not
time.
practical.
Well, it may have been practical. I'm saying it's not what happened, but
It was
there was
not.
at least a voice.
First of all, it was not practical. But some Algerian combatant from the Le Front National, Libération Nationale, they didn't want it. They want full independence.
Well, I mean, you say it's not practical. America did it. America gave the blacks full citizenship.
It's the same thing now. It's
America
going on
gave
in
the Native Americans full citizenship.
It's the same thing.
That, like in America, we did it. All Native Americans have full U.S. citizenship, dual citizenship. Sure. If you live on a reservation, you still have the right to full U.S. citizenship, and all the blacks, former slaves, were eventually given full U.S. citizenship. So it's not practical. We did it here in America.
Yeah, well, practical. It was remedied in the 1950s. It was still unequal before.
But I'm saying at this point, at least the citizenship,
blacks
like,
were
even
not
if we gave,
equal. Even after the
even if we
Civil
gave
War, they were not
Palestinians
equal.
all full citizenship tomorrow, like, yeah, I mean, it'd probably be like civil rights and it would take a long time. But you know, thinking from the Civil War till civil rights was almost 100 years, and there's still problems.
No,
And
I
even
think
Native Americans, there's still many issues and problems. We're saying the U.S. factually did give full citizenship to everybody that lives in the territory.
Sure, but that doesn't mean nothing if you give them a citizenship and still put them in the second class,
Well, it means a lot.
status. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, of course,
So
it
the
means a
same
lot.
thing.
I mean, we're talking
Huh?
like blacks
Yeah,
here in Detroit.
it means that it's
We live in
symbolically.
Detroit. It's majority black.
Look, don't mix up Detroit with Middle Eastern politics. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Well, I mean, you're saying that. What does it mean that they're saying that we live among blacks? They have full equal citizenship.
Look, citizenship. Well, the French, it didn't work. The local did not want it. The Jews had to flee because they considered themselves French instead of Algerian, and it was clear from the beginning of the end of the war of the Algerian Revolution that there's a term that we used against us was la valise ou le cercueil. You know what it means? La valise ou le cercueil.
Yes, Steph Jennifer. And
Jennifer,
she's probably getting impatient with the political conversation. Wants to go on to other topics.
It means the suitcase or the, what do you call it? Le cercueil, where you put the dead.
The coffin.
The coffin. Yeah, la valise ou le cercueil. It was straightforward to the Jewish community. Take your suitcase. That means leave, or that's what's going to happen. So what they had to do is leave because, and besides, remember the issue that I raised with the root and stuff session.
Root
that
and branch.
Yeah, the Algerian Jew, they all went to France because they considered themselves French above all than Jewish. And that's why even in Israeli politics, they really have a grudge against the French Jews because they all went to France, become philosophers and gestionnaires and école normale. They all were successful, and it was what's what it is. So basically, yeah, on a symbolic level, giving citizenship to people is good. I mean, it's a well-founded issue. But I do not believe that people who actually want to have it want it. I do not believe it. You go. I mean, this is what I read. That's what I read, and they just don't want that. They want a two-state solution and their own group. They don't want multiculturalism in their own country. Same thing with Algeria. What can't you work out with the? In fact, some of my member of my family worked out to have a, what do you call it, a multicultural party system shared by French, who were like communists and socialists, who wanted to stay in France, in Algeria, and the Jewish who wanted to stay, and the combatants, the Algerian who were fighting for the independence. Of course, not on the ground, but I'm talking about the cerveau, the brains, and they just didn't want it. They literally didn't want it. So
okay, I think Jennifer is
anyway.
Like politicsed out, and it's an important topic we covered. But at the end of the day, women might be better off, like all of us, we're better off avoiding too much politics.
Well, yeah,
or even questions of identity, and a lot of these things are just like repetitive.
Yeah, that's true. Listen, it was good talking to you guys. Okay.
Yeah, we appreciate it, and thanks for coming on. And if you want, I'll if this guy Chris messages me and tries to set something up, I'll message you. If you're, I don't know, sure. if you have an appetite, you want to talk to European nationalists.
Yeah, I don't know.
You want to try to convince these guys that the immigration is good or something, or if you just want to give them a free education, even though they're going to use that against you.
No, I would
against
bring,
you per se, but say that.
No, I would certainly bring the dependency ratio formula to show them why immigration is impossible to avoid. They will understand it. It's really beautiful
I doubt it.
demographic
I've been
formula
I've
that
been
we
arguing with
use.
people for years, and I've hardly convinced anybody.
It's not about
Well, that guy
multicultural.
that was on before wasn't listening to anything that was being said. He was basically saying as though, you were somehow Santa Claus and could deliver his wishes. It was cringe.
Well, I would say, if you say, okay, like you're a university professor, if you taught him interesting topics, but saying his desire, to say, if you want to, sort of say, de-radicalize him or at least change his
No.
mind on ethnic nationalism, as opposed to educate him so that he could be a better ethnic nationalist. So saying that presumably he's an ethnic nationalist. That's the path he's continuing in. If you want to educate him to help him make a better ethnic nationalist, like a lot of Israelis are willing to do that because they figure Israel wants to be an ethno-nationalist country, so they'll support ethno-nationalists in other countries. But he probably wants to run a bunch of Jewish conspiracy theories around me, and I guess that's kind of what I specialize in. So it may not be that interesting to you.
I'll
message you when he says.
I felt sorry for. I'm not so sorry. I just thought, why Doovid go with latest Zubida stuff when she was saying that she uncovered you. She what was it? Exposed you.
Exposed.
So what the heck is that? And I was just wondering, and I mean, it's me, I said, why do you put yourself in those positions? Well, you're talking with some people just really are anti-Semites. Really, they just they come from they don't even show their faces anyway, and they just come up as, we need a dialogue. We
It
need a
just seems
dialogue.
like she wants to nag about religion, but in a caring way. Maybe I'm being too.
I see it's
don't know
getting bad.
enough about it.
God forbid people like this guy showed his face. She showed her face, give her name. Her uncle, the imam, showed his face, and a lot of these people, like politically provoked people, are showing their face, and talking violence. So like I would say it's getting kind of bad, to the point, and that's why I'm having these conversations because God forbid, one thing that's why I was recruited, somewhat to do and just to explain Judaism. And I think a lot of conflict could be coming to agree to disagree, or at least understanding that, okay, like we're Jews, we support immigration, even if he's an anti-immigration activist, that like we're not like secretly trying to do bad things to this guy. We're just Jews who believe in immigration. And if he thinks like, no, we're like, me and Samish aren't in a conspiracy trying to ruin this guy's life. We're just Jews who honestly believe in immigration. But like, no, I find it extremely unlikely that me or you are going to be able to convince him that immigration is a good thing. But we may be able to convince him that we're, generally just good-hearted Jews that honestly, sincerely
I
believe
think he wins
in
the
immigration.
argument. There's no argument against what Samish said. That's where I've gotten stuck with people like that as well. That's
and then also you say talk to the audience.
Intrinsic to you want to call it capitalism, you want to call it welfare state, I don't know, but it's the point you made is sound.
This guy's more popular than me. Saying like Zobita's more, Zobita had 50 to 100 live viewers.
But were her points sound?
I said like Samish,
like Claire. It's like, do people listen to Claire and think, "Damn, what a good point"? No.
Well, I'm just saying that these are popular people that have a following, and like Samish hasn't even necessarily chosen to create his own channel or try to make his own.
I go based on the strength of the arguments.
And,
I'm afraid.
Me and Jennifer have got more than 1,000 subs. We got a little following, but it's telling that these people are more popular than us. And
what's really important to realize is that I just did a poll and it said quantum computers ? Which is hilariously intentionally misspelled as computers. And then one answer was yes, and the other one was I'm a dumbass, and it got 80% I'm a dumbass. So maybe the audience is significantly more trolly than I thought, or there's just people are in that kind of a mood today. I don't know.
Well, you have to build up your own audience. So you could get a larger audience by talking with other people, but they're, so to say, their audience, and you win some people over. Like almost, like I have close to 2,000 subs now, and I would say 75% of those people are people that found me from my opponents who I debated against, and maybe half of those people hate watch me, and another like quarter of those people have been somewhat won over to Doovidism, and another quarter are like half where they're think I have some good points and want to hear more. So like generally that's how streaming works. You have to, if you could find someone who has a similar platform and kind of like hands over, like over a torch and said, here's, this guy has some good content. I was not able to, I was trying to build up Jewish content. Like I didn't have any, there's not really too many popular Jewish educational platforms, and like the ones that are out there, none of them were going to hand over a torch to me. So, God forbid, I built up my following almost exclusively from arguing with my opposition. So, I mean, you would, Samish, if you wanted to get into streaming, you would have to consider that, like, how are you going to build up a following? And, being a Jewish streamer, it's tough. And so, in all likelihood, you would have to do it by winning over opposition. And you would do that by talking with a guy like this, where probably well over 90% of the audience would be against you, but maybe a few of them would think you make some good points, and then would come and want to learn more. And that's just the difficulty in streaming.
Yes, I mean, you told me about streaming. I mean, we've exchanged some messages, and I really don't think I could survive that.
I mean, it's like
I'm a
Lowell's
nice
talking
person.
to nobody again. Lowell's not even live streaming, and he's getting like 30 views, and half of the people viewing him are probably his opposition that watch him, because half of the people watching him, God forbid, are anti-Semites.
Yeah, to see that Zubaydah just exposed you, and then she herself, and I went back and tried to see who is she. Then all of a
The
sudden,
problem with that word is it makes me think of somebody jumping out from an alleyway in a trench coat, showing
then I
me
said
their
to
private
myself,
parts when you hear the word exposed. I can't get it out of my head.
Well, she has been also exposed herself. If you've seen her past.
Well, I said that on her channel in front of majority her watchers, but I mean, she kept on inviting me back.
She was a rapper. She was a rapper, and she like Eminem. What the heck is that? Now she's.
Well, that's why she's popular, because it's kind of like infotainment.
Okay. So then basically there's no substance, Doovid. I mean, what's the point in discussing something when it's all for the show and to bring more strife and disagreement and labeling some people, insulting people.
Well, that's all that's out there. I mean, God forbid, that's all that's out there.
Yeah, I don't think I could. I mean,
you got some like friendly venues to set me up, and please.
I cannot.
No, unfortunately, that's all that's out. You saw me like on my cell phone putting up. Like we went to events. You saw me with my cell phone putting stuff up. Like that's all that's out there. Like something better out there. We've ran into each other here in Metro Detroit. Like I haven't found anything better. If you have, please let me know and invite me.
Okay.
I mean, you were in a class, like people were paying, like, at a certain point, even if it was like Chris, who like, okay, like he has his views and opinions, but he wants to get an education, and he's going to pay, and he's going to be in a classroom. And then all of a sudden, like, you're the professor in front of him, and you're giving him a test, and he's going to pass and get a grade, but he's avowed himself to the system. But to somewhat, it was artificial. Your students weren't there for you. They were there as part of the greater system. And you just happened to be the professor. Maybe they signed up and saw you were going to be the professor of the class, but it's like, well, they need to learn sociology, and this is the professor, and so it's part of the larger system, and they were part of the system because they wanted to get ahead, not necessarily because they wanted. It wasn't about you; it was about the system, and you somehow advanced yourself in the system and had a position of authority and power, that when people were in the classroom, that you were the person at the front of the classroom teaching. Like I said to Jennifer about the Socratic method, like the Socratic method works because there's a power asymmetry, and that there's a building and there's a person at the front of the classroom teaching, and there's that power asymmetry. So however you advance in the system to be in that position of power, it's still somewhat artificial.
Yeah, I agree. But what's surprising, because the title of the session was called "Atheism on Trial." Okay, well, that's interesting, boy. Let's listen to this. And all of a sudden, nothing. It's about atheism. It's all about exposing you. You're a douchebag. You're that. You're this. What? Okay, I just don't
a
know.
lot of Jews have personalities. Like a lot of Muslims have strong
But
person. Like
why
it could
call
be
it
that.
why
No,
call
I'm
it
saying it could be that's how she talks to her friends
no? But why call
and
it
her family. Like
atheism
that's just her.
on trial? Why call it atheism on trial? Somebody reads it. Somebody will read it from YouTube and say, "Oh, this is a pretty good session," and all he's going to hear is all about exposing somebody. This is not a good Jew. Uh, Maybe maybe she has a point because you identify yourself both as a Jew and a Hindu, and she's taken almost a position of a Haredi of somebody who's ultra orthodox saying, "Hey, Doovid, what are you saying? Are you Hasidic or not?"
The
I mean,
psychology to me makes perfect sense. I'm saying like she doesn't have a whole library. She's
terrible,
just a young
terrible.
woman. Maybe she's smarter than the average girl. She's a little serious, and she wants to think about these things. But she's at the level she's at. She has her following that is somewhat
Sure.
intellectual, and that's just the level that people are holding at. And even it's like T jump I mean T jump is relatively, you know, I mean he keeps things on topic and. But he's also kind of like that where I mean that's what like Jennifer JF like he was there to expose her and show the crowd that God forbid this crazy woman doesn't know what she's talking about, but now she's a mod on his channel but the first time
JF or Tej?
well I mean T Jump the first time
You
you
said
debated him
JF, I think. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just
I said both of
hallucinating.
them because both of them the first time you spoke to them were kind of like Zobita where their goal was largely to expose you, even if you were invited. And it's like, I think it's a sign of the karma of the time that we're in extremely confrontational. She's not going to be like, please, David, do me a favor and come to my channel and share some of your wisdom because everybody is skeptical of each other. And the fact is like, okay, people are anti-Semitic and you go to university and you're in a class and it's like, oh, my professor's a Jew. And so when you're in the system, they're paying and you have a position of power. There probably a lot of your students were thinking like she was thinking, but they didn't say it because they were paying and they could have got in trouble and you were going to give them a grade. But in this situation, I didn't have any power over her. She to some extent had the power over me. So I mean, you don't think a lot of your students in your class were thinking what she was thinking?
Are you talking about me? No,
No,
I
so
don't
you
think
were a
so.
professor in a classroom. You don't think that you had students in your class that wanted to say to you what Zobita said to me, but due to the power asymmetry,
No,
wouldn't have
no,
dared. But
not at
if they
all.
had the ability, they would have told you exactly what Zobita told me.
No, I don't think so. Not in the classroom.
I mean, I'm just saying they wouldn't because it was a classroom, but that's
Right.
what they were thinking.
I don't think so. Well, it depends. It depends on the topic, of course. I mean,
I don't think they told their friends, like,
professor.
God forbid they went home and made fun of their professor and was like, oh man, I have this Jewish professor, or
Yeah, yeah, they might say
or
that,
you're
but
like I can't, or if you had like
it's
I can't believe my professor's trying to claim to me that immigration is actually good, or
no, but usually we
like I
don't
said
cover
about
those.
evolution, saying
We
like
don't cover those subject matter on a daily basis. There is a certain chapters that you have to cover, a certain book to follow, and it's the academic world. You have to cover it up. It's just have nothing to do. And some of the students, they're young. They're not like you and I, kind of middle aged. They don't have any idea what's going on politically in terms of Jewish world or non-Jewish world. So I don't think so. I mean, the streaming business is really not the teenage stuff, or Facebook stuff. It's just really middle-aged people
well, I mean she
that
says she's 24 and she's actually like already
I.
an anti-Israel activist. She goes to
Oh yeah,
Speaker's Corner
like
on a regular basis to promote Islam
yeah,
and takes part in protesting Israel and speaking out against Israel. So she's chosen to be an activist. So, but I think
yeah,
the psychology is
yeah.
normal that
If well,
she like okay, like I'm a Jew and I want to make the world a better place, even though people don't take my word for it that like promoting immigration and multiculturalism or the various things that we promote is really making the world a better place. So whatever reason that she feels that her way of making the world a better place is by exposing people like me, and it's like, oh, like that. But unfortunately, the world's you could take a negative approach, like you're like a conflict system, and the problem is that there's people in power, and they're liars, and they're corrupt, kind of like Malcolm X, and it's saying but a lot of people, including Jews, take that approach where they think there's some, like Joseph Cohn, where his goal is to expose people to the crowd and convince them that they're wrong. And
but at least, Joseph,
I would say that's the more common approach.
But
that
at
if
least
trying to expose people is
at least
actually the majority of what it takes a higher level intellectual that's
at,
more rare, and the
at,
majority of people are trying to do things like expose people. You could say like at least Joseph Cohn's not as bad as Zobita, but they're still in the same genre of exposing people.
yeah, they are the same. But at least Joseph Cohen have a forum where he allows people to talk, and he's really eloquent. His
That's why I
questions are
found
on
it.
the point. He does not insult people, right? He doesn't tell you to shut up like T-Jump and shut up. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'm going to cut you off. No. Why do that? Why? That's not.
That's how people speak. Saying
no,
like,
but it's.
He mutes people.
I don't
Let's say
know.
like I'm going to mute you, and like and he
I could. He
makes
really,
he makes things afterwards. So like after the person leaves, he'll make a video.
It's a tactic. It's a tactic to keep you down. It's a tactic. I mean, this is not a very good process for me to discuss with people. To tell me to no. If you make a statement and he disagree, you say no. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'm talking about T-Jump, of course. Zubaydah was a hey. Why are you getting mad, Doovid? Did I get to your skin? What are you getting mad for? What is that?
Well, I'm saying their tactic is obviously working, like T-Jump, and saying he's Zobita, she's making money. She's getting larger viewership. She has an IRL following. So to some extent, like she's doing it because it works, just like T-Jump. You could say, okay, you don't hold of it. You think it's a sign of bad character or is counter, self-defeating, but it works.
If it works for them,
T-Jump
that's
has
good.
a big following. He's making money. He's got people.
I agree. Now, Jennifer, are you going to change your content and so on, so that way you have more contents and more discussions, or are you going to keep it the same?
I'd love to have as many discussions as possible.
Have you ever? Let me ask you. I mean, I'm sorry, Jennifer.
No, go ahead.
Have you ever tried to change the way you present stuff, but
Let me take a minute break. Go ahead.
Yeah.
In more, how do I say, not esoteric, but more easily understood by everybody. In terms of talking about spirituality and consciousness and physics and so on, because there's a lot to say on that. But it seems to me that people are not really understanding what you're saying because of the contents. It's not really better diffusable to a large audience who are not really much more aware of the physical world or physics as a discipline.
Sure, yeah. Well, it's always been pretty obscure, physics.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, sure.
To what extent it's accessible and whatnot. I appreciate the feedback, and I hear it a lot. And the thing that I've been saying is, somebody else, should be. I would just rather somebody else be famous than me. I know it probably sounds.
Oh, okay. But you can make it. But you can make it less. What do you call it?
If I make it more accessible, then there's a bigger audience, and then I become more famous, right? So that's the way I look at it. So if it's like if it's obscure, then I only get a tiny group of people, which is like I'm essentially fine with that. I prefer it that way, but I really do want to get things out there. And the question is like, how do you diffuse things such that the most number of people can access it? And with something that's always been so esoteric, it's hard to make that call. So I have changed my strategy in that sense, although I can become somewhat dogmatic perhaps in regards to rhetoric, which is why I'm always sort of appreciative, thoughtful commentary or even criticism. or
I mean,
try to be, and should
yeah,
work
I
on
mean,
being more so that way.
yeah. I mean, I haven't seen you lately with being like invited in some discussions. Then
Well, they asked me to do a flat Earth debate on modern day debate.
on modern day, okay.
So
With G Jump? No,
no,
not
actually
G-Jump.
with Mark Reed, apparently. Yeah, I
Oh,
just
okay.
got a message earlier. So apparently, Mark Reed and I shall be defending the globe, me hearties.
Okay. Listen,
Apparently, knowledge is at such a rock bottom level right now that we need to defend the very shape of the Earth itself.
maybe you should make those the funny stuff part of the discussion so that way people will be a little bit more entertaining. I don't know, but
It's like that. Why do you bother talking to these people? Because you say like, well, this is what people believe, and if you don't talk to people, more and more people are going to believe this. And especially saying like, these people are way more popular than me, and knowledge of itself, like chunking theory, like like the Hare Krishnas, said that ignorance is the natural condition. I was raised into darkness. And so we say that people have false ideas, people think wrong things. Like, of course, that's the natural condition. And even things like hatred, bigotry, even violence is the natural condition. You need to be enlightened to move past those things. So if like the ethics of the fathers, if you're in a place where there's no man, you be the man. And so you're looking around, maybe you've attained some sort of enlightenment position in society, but what's going on the streets, what's going on among the masses, kind of like Noah, you have to put yourself out there. And if you don't, even like an immigration type thing, okay, like maybe you could look at Indians, maybe Jews, maybe we white pass a decent amount, but okay, maybe we were never that popular, but we were given full citizenship, and we got ahead, and we got into positions and made money. And maybe especially Indians, I've seen this, like they don't get invited to parties. They have a hard time on maybe the dating market, even though they're professional, even though they're upper class and have achieved educationally and employment, because the U.S. system, you could get ahead, make money, advance social economically, even though people don't really like you. And so what do you do with that? So okay, you had your job, you made your money, you have your upper middle class, you fulfilled the American dream, but like rallies, we're not that popular. And and we have a lot of opposition. So just sit back and don't rock the boat. And okay, we got our upper middle class existence. Don't want to do anything to disturb that, or want to start speaking to people. And we speak to people. You say, okay, we're not that popular, and you can try to change that. So it's tough. And or you say like, I'm going to talk about ideas. I don't care if I'm not that popular. I'm not here to talk about myself.
well,
I'm not here to grow my popularity.
That's what Jennifer wanted. I mean, she doesn't want to have a larger audience.
I don't mind. Here's the thing: like, if the situation calls for me to have a large audience, fine. But
yeah, but that's not necessary.
What I want is for the ideas to get out there. I've got evidence now that they are. I'm super happy. If there were, the fact that there's 13 people watching, to me, that's 13 people more than zero. And
right.
The truth is, if you've been famous, it's not a good thing.
It could be the format of presentation. In fact, that's what I was going to ask you to think about a different format. I don't know. I mean, I don't know about the IT stuff.
Expertise. I'm saying like
yeah,
I mean, the
Greeks,
the
format, the way you present them.
pathos, logos.
No, Doooovid.
Expertise is only interesting to experts.
Yeah,
and so
for example,
you're going to have a small audience. People tune in for entertainment or the beginner's class or something like that. But if you're talking about high level things that requires expertise, by definition, it's only going to be interesting to people who are ready for that information.
Yeah, but you can make a subject matter not really geared toward the experts. Like say evolution, the discussion that Jennifer had with the guy about the evolution, and the other one was the Big Bang. They're not really those expert stuff. It's really for the
Well, it's like university
for the
biology.
educated for
Biology
the
101
educated.
has like 400 people in it. Biology, like 450, has like 10 people in it. And
Okay.
so, I mean, you want to be like the graduate level biology teacher, you're going to have a class of a handful of people. If you're teaching freshman biology, you might have hundreds of people in it.
Yeah, right. Right. So, what do you think about Charles changing his format to 10 to 12 and having everybody in and trying to create a community? He says so. Basically, everybody who's going to call on a recurrent call is going to be part of his like community. What do you think
He's
about
boomer
that?
tech. I'm saying like he's not good at creating community. Like half of his audience
That's
contacts me and like
oh
or they're in the chat and he doesn't
okay
have any like it's like lol.
okay.
He, I'm gonna
I
say
thought
like
he
he
has
doesn't. I'm
more.
gonna say he doesn't know what he's doing. He's old school radio. He
Right.
hasn't adapted to the technology of the internet. He needs to make it interactive, and just hoping that people are going to call in and then want to listen to his answer isn't really the thing of creating community. He has to bring people
But
on.
right,
Give
right.
people links. He has to be interactive with the chat, and if he's not capable of doing it, like it's almost guaranteed he's going to fail. Like even like lol,
Right.
like me and Jennifer
Right.
helped him up. He was getting up to like 100 100 plus, even like 200 views on his videos, and then we got in the disagreement, and now he forgot how to live stream, and
I
he's
don't
down to
know that
30.
it was a disagreement per se. It was more like somebody doubling down and not.
Whatever
Basically,
it was.
neither of you wanted to back down. I think.
No, I even apologized to him. Like I even apologized to uh,
I don't.
I
I don't
mean,
think you
but I
should.
mean, less. But I was saying that whatever stopped us from working together, like he forgot how to live stream, and he's back down to tens of viewers, and it's saying like because he's a boomer, he's boomer tech. He doesn't know how to use the technology, and he doesn't know how to connect to a younger audience in the way that it necessitates it. And so there's people like Zobita. There's a reason, she just puts the link in the chat and deals with anybody, and there's a reason why she gets thousands of views and has 50 to 100 viewers, and politically provoked, or various things and so if Charles, he has to adapt himself, and if he's just too old to adapt himself, he's probably going to fail. I'm not
But
saying
at least,
fail.
but
He's not going to be able to grow his platform. He's not going to be able to reach people, and
but but at least he's trying to change to see whether it works. He's doing some
he just changed the
experimentation.
time slot. That might help a
Yeah,
little bit.
yeah. But it's also going to be open. He's not going to. He's going to have some invite. He said he will invite people,
But
but
the fact
mostly
that he
we're
hasn't
going to be
responded
an
to the
open
YouTube
forum.
chat in a year. I've been doing this for a year with him,
Yeah, yeah.
and
But at least he's
like
doing something in
he
terms
doesn't
of
really listen.
changing.
Also, I mean, not to.
Yeah,
I mean, I
yeah.
like Charles, but it's saying like like he gets the biggest viewership when I tune in when I'm on his channel, and then he just wants to repeat himself, saying what he always says with the larger
And
viewership.
some people are just not interested in success. So just take that
Well,
as a
it's like just
positive
like the
and
purpose of the
be
YouTube,
successful
even to
in their
organize
stead.
it, rather than just keep on repeating himself or his talking points, to like the advantage he could index and organize his library. So instead of saying
He
like,
doesn't see the value
instead of saying let me
proposition in
take
that.
10 minutes to explain what he's explained 100 times, to just say like let me link the video where I explained this, so I don't have to get off topic to give his talking points. And like lol is also like that. And younger people understand how the technology works. It's very competitive, because now it's not like news and media where Charles used to go down to the radio station and rent time, and so any bozo could make their own YouTube channel, and there's a lot of competition. And if he's not taking advantage of the simple technology features in a way that they're made to be done, he's probably going to lose out to the competition.
Yeah. He's going to start tomorrow. Is that right?
He's already been doing it. I would say it helped his viewership. He might have a little bit more success. I mean, I kind of like Charles, but
I think for
like,
me,
I'm still talking with him, and I'm just saying, like, to have a successful internet show, he's not doing it in a way that matches the technology. I have people that complain to me constantly, like they watch him, and they're just like, dude, he doesn't even read the chat.
yeah, I checked the American Sociological Association, which I'm a member, about his book, and I haven't seen anybody reviewing it or even considering it.
They
But I
probably
didn't.
won't. I mean, he just
That probably
published it.
won't.
He just
Did you
self-published
receive
it.
did you receive the ebook from him?
No, he didn't send it to me. He said he was going to.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious because I know the table of content. What it's not sociology; it's more like topics to talk about, and him analyzing it from a conservative point of view. So it's not really sociology as is, but it's nonetheless it's a point of view which is which is really good. I'm kind of curious to see the content, but I probably would have to buy it from Amazon. I don't know. I'm kind of like saying, what's the use if I can really read it directly
Yeah, I
from
don't
the
know if he'll
ebook?
send you a free copy. Maybe what if you reached out or
I reach out to him, but I don't know. But I really don't. I feel fearful. I really fear for my not for my career. My career is over, but to be labeled as neoconservative or something like that by being part of his community. If I want to call on a regular basis or something, I would like to talk about issues if he would listen. I mean, I'm sure he would because he's really an open person. But at the same time, when I think about all his idea, this conspiracy stuff, it's really kind of like, wow, why is he going there? Why is he going to Trump and voting and
he's a man on a mission. So I'm saying, just like
yeah. So it's kind of
most people who do this are doing it because they have some alternative message
yeah
that they want to get out there. And like, yeah, so if you did interview you, he probably would have to throw in his talking points and would want to reach the people that are listening to try to convince them of these ideas that he's trying to convince people of, and that's why he's doing it.
right.
And it's like anybody that's going to put themselves out and talk for hours like that usually is driven in that sense of it's Claire, Luke Ford, Zobita, Ralph, say me and Jennifer don't do that. Like, we just do week in review once and put out like if we put out something, it's topical or on a topic. So like when we might be people on a mission, but like we don't like the sound of our own voice. So you have to really like the sound of your own voice to want to be to want to do a regular show hours a day.
Yeah,
and you have to like repeating yourself. I don't like repeating myself. It's like, I made a stream, check out my stream, give me the link, or so I don't have to repeat myself. A lot of people, they like telling their war stories. They enjoy repeating themselves.
Right. I mean, I was just and I ask you, Jennifer, about whether you have thought about revamping, doing something different, so that way you can
I'm
at
on
least
Discord now, so that's different.
It has to match your personality.
Discord.
Yeah.
That's a big change for me. So yeah, I guess that's a huge difference, and I think I've already updated my style since I got there. So
yeah, I mean, we're both introverts, me and Jennifer, so you have to find a way to match your personality to what you're doing.
But if you make it topical, topics, themes, maybe that's where you're gonna have a large audience. I don't know. I mean, I'm interested in talking about topics. Like I say, I don't
really think that topics and large audience go together. There seems to be a connection between the superficiality goes with numbers, right?
I agree. Right. I mean, I wouldn't join a topic if I don't have any information about it, or at least if I have some idea, if I have an opinion about something, that means I have read about it and I'm more aware of it. If there's a topic that I cannot really understand, I'm not going to be entertaining any ideas of joining a discussion. That's for sure.
Well, I've looked into this quite in depth, and I took these courses, and I've spoken with veterans in the field. And the main reason Week in Review isn't going anywhere is basically Jennifer is unwilling to give softball friendly interviews, and saying we would need guests, and it's not that difficult to get guests. Like most of the time I've reached out to speak to people, they have accepted. And even in the field, like I'm always showing the links of the names of the people in the field. And if we had like a softball friendly type interview thing where we're just going to let people kind of say what they're doing, we would probably be able to get reasonably big names in the field. But like that's not what Jennifer wants to do. She doesn't like, so to say, giving softball interviews. And
Okay.
I mean, even on my own channel, I could probably reach out to people and get interviews of any topic, like topically. But you have to put the work into it. You have to send some emails. You have to Twitter. You have to reach out, and you have to set up some sort of value proposition of, okay, like a Doovid, is going to go on Zobita to be exposed. You're saying like people will come on for a softball friendly interview, especially
sure.
if you have a platform like Jennifer already has over 1,000 subs. I have 2,000 subs.
Don't you remember the time I talked to what's his name, the physics guy, Mitchell Porter? Was that his name? How was that not a softball interview? How was that not nice? I mean,
I'm mentioning constantly people that I think we should reach out, but like Jennifer doesn't want to have like a friendly interview, and like I don't want. I'm not so beat. I'm not going to come on, to try to expose somebody, like I would have Hindus and scientists. I would have people I disagree with, and just experts in the field, and that's not Jennifer's style. And even my own, like, I'm not sure that much that like I may start doing that more. Like I think considering investing in a better computer, better system, and then maybe I'll start reaching out to people and having more conversations. And if Jennifer, she may not want to do that. But how to grow your channel and your platform, the best way is, debates with the alternatives, getting on bigger platforms for interviews, or getting big names. And you also just pay people, like a lot of times it's actually just paying people, like T-Jump. You just, you could get you could just pay T-Jump and get a debate with him. But like even T-Jump, like if I probably reached out to him, he might come on my channel and talk to me. I mean, like I probably don't even need Jennifer to pull some strings. I could probably just, join T-Jump's Discord and ask him nicely if he'd come and talk to me, and he might. And even like big names like Hamarov. I mean, Penrose already won a Nobel Prize. Like, but I mean, I don't know if I could, but like even like Stuart Hamarov, it's possible that if I emailed him that he would, and asked him for an interview, that he would agree to it. But like me and Jennifer haven't had the type relationship where we're ready, or we may never be, to, like, okay, let's do it. Let's email Hamarov and ask him to do an interview with us.
Yeah, he's probably going to ask you a set of questions. You're going to ask him, maybe.
He's going to look into it, or probably ask someone. But even on my channel, if I asked Hamarov, if I send an email, Doovid, my YouTube channel, and he looked at my YouTube channel, he might accept. I'm just some, like Jewish guy who likes spirituality, Hinduism and Hasidic Judaism, and has a big interest in consciousness. He might, like a lot of people are willing to speak to anybody. I'm willing to speak to anybody. Like, I don't know this Chris guy. He just reached out and said, well, I speak to him. I was like, okay, I'll talk with you. I'll talk to anybody. And I'm saying a lot of people are actually like that. They'll talk to anybody.
But the people who wants to talk to you, wants to invite you, they always, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, they always try to get you because you're an expert in Judaism or Talmud.
Well, because expert, but they just
not
want
expert, but
they want to talk about Judaism.
Yeah,
and
they don't want to talk
however
about
they
Judaism.
came across that I'm the Jew that they saw in another channel, or they found my channel, they reached out to to me. And
Yeah,
so like if
sure.
Hamarov, like I mean, so my I have some credentials. I tell him like, okay, I'm a university graduate. I went to good schools. I've read his books. I've watched his videos. I've followed his conference. I'm not, like I don't have a
No.
PhD. I don't have an institute, but I'm a guy who is really interested in consciousness.
Yeah, sure,
And
sure,
it's possible, he would be like, okay, I'll do you a favor, and
How
I'll come on your channel
how
and,
about
speak to you. So
how
it's
about
not really that difficult. It's like
yeah,
me
yeah.
or Jennifer, if we did that, and even to expose people, like even if like even like I mean Hammerall is a pretty big name, but even if your
Exposed.
intention was to expose the person,
You don't
a
want
lot of people would
you
still
don't want to
do it.
expose Hamrov.
Well, I'm saying Hammerov,
I'm just kidding.
I mean T Jump doesn't like Hammerov. If T Jump reached out to Hammerov,
Yeah,
maybe
because he said that some form of Platonism was true, and also he believes in quantum mind, which torpedoes teaches
I mean, it's
theory on
possible that
consciousness and
if T Jump reached
transhumanism.
out to Hammerov, that Hammerov would speak with him, even though T Jump would be trying to expose him.
I don't
And
think so. You know what would
No
happen?
way. He would be bowing to his fame, and he would be like, "Oh, okay," but he might be like afterwards, like, "Nah, I don't
I
buy
I
it."
I think Hamrov will send his one graduate students to the talk to talk on his behalf, especially if
it's a
it's like
lot of people like talking. Like a lot of
yeah.
people really
I don't
love
know.
their field. Like I love Judaism. I love talking about it. I love consciousness. Um, I had my friend who became I mean, I don't call him a friend, but he became a Hare Krishna, and I was with him in University of Michigan. We were part of the society together, and he was, giving the basic, like you're not the body and the spirit, soul, and the jiva, and he was considering becoming, a devotee, a priest. And I said, "Do you really like doing this? Because like you're going to do it thousands. If you like doing this, you'll do it thousands of times, and you're not going to get tired of it. Just like like I like at the downtown synagogue. I love Judaism. I didn't mind anybody that came in the door just saying hello, and this is what Judaism's about, this is what we do, this is the the synagogue, this is how we pray. So anybody that loves what they're doing is usually willing to speak to anybody who's honestly uh interested, even big names, time willing, that
Right.
so don't be surprised if Jennifer has to think out what she wanted to do. But like, no, I mean, don't be, you have to put in the effort of reaching out, sending emails, finding contact information, and you have to do due diligence. You actually have to do research about a person. You can't just like haphazardly invite people. You have to like have read their book or something. You can't interview someone about their book if you haven't bought it, haven't read it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one idea that came to my mind after the user beta expose is to do a session of Judaism and Hinduism, to invite people who
Someone invited me on this Hindu saw me on that was on her channel, invited me also on Discord, so I might also appear on a Hindu channel talking about reincarnation. So I mean, like out of being on her channel, that I got other invites to channels saying, yeah, I mean, it's not that I just got, while we were talking, um I'll send you on Facebook the message. I'm not sure if you go to IRL event, but the Hindu uh Jewish Hanukkah Festival of Lights event that's going
oh,
to be at a Hindu temple, the Hindu
mm,
um, interfaith put together
right.
by the Hindu Community Relationship Council. So I'm going to message you that on Facebook.
Yeah.
Just there's someone on Facebook I know IRL, as we were doing Week in Review, invited me to this event. I'll probably go to it, and it's going to be Hindus, Jews talking about Hanukkah Diwali.
Oh, okay. Because they do have, yeah.
And he
One
would
time
probably
when
come, like if I asked and wanted to do it, I could probably get people to stream. I could probably get, I could probably get, priests from major temples. I could probably
right.
get rabbis. Like, I mean, but it's a lot of effort and work putting together good streams. It,
Yeah.
takes effort. Like I had Deshaun in my house, and like to set it up, if you're if to now COVID-19,
Yeah.
you have to invest in equipment. You have someone in your house to have a IRL interview, or just the timing to reach out. So it's mostly work and effort.
Yeah, I was talking more about the symbiosis between some precepts of Judaism and those of Hinduism. In terms of because you consider yourself both, and that's why you had some grief from
Maybe I'll live
supposedly.
stream. Maybe I'll live stream that event. I put it on my
Yeah,
channel
yeah, it's kind of
a few years
interesting.
ago. Padma Kupa and um,
I think that there was some what's his name?
but I'm saying, yeah, that's what I do. I've been at these events IRL, and I sat there holding my cell phone like this, and probably this event that I just sent you the link. I'll probably be there, and I might just hold my cell phone and put it up there.
Oh, okay, all right,
Okay. Saying like what this is this Thursday at the Sri Sri Radha Gopijana Vallabhala temple in
okay. So are you a liaison person, or do you prescribe to, or you believe in some Hindu beliefs?
I self-identify as Hindu. I think I follow the basic tenets of Sanatana Dharma, the Ahimsa principle. But no, I haven't converted. I haven't been initiated.
But you don't see any problem with idolatry, with the Krishna, the elephant, the Rama Krishna,
I see some
Shiva.
problems. I mean, there's conflicts.
Okay.
So I just deal with the dissonance.
Right. Okay.
I try not to. I try to be careful not to worship idols. Like I don't bow.
Nice. That's
I don't
nice.
bow. But I just recognize the dissonance, and I'm more universalist. I believe in one God, and I believe in Judaism. I believe in Hinduism at the same time, even though there's conflict. That's what I was trying to tell.
Yeah.
Zavita, but the atheist was arguing that atheism is true because look, all these different religions say different things.
Right. I'm more Zen, Zazen, with the Hinduism, Zazen with some Reformed Jewish stuff, but.
Well, I mean, you said no, you can't be both, and I said I am both. I don't care that there's a conflict.
Leonard Cohen, in the last 6 years of his life, 10 years of his life, he spending some Zen center in California. Which is kind of interesting. So the idea that you cannot espouse two religious movement.
Well, we say okay, like you expose me as a hypocrite. It's okay, I'm a hypocrite, but I'm still going to Hindu temple. I'm still going to synagogue. Yeah. And as of now, they haven't kicked me out of either. And so maybe I'm a hypocrite. Maybe you read the books and they appear to say you can't do both. But fact is, I'm doing both, and God will judge me. I'm trying to do my best, and if I'm going to go to hell, that's going to be God's decision.
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem with some group of people that thinks only one religion.
Well, sectarian. That's why I told her. Most Jews, even you yourself, would probably have a tendency just no, you can't do that. It was I take a non-sectarian universal approach to Judaism.
That's right.
And you're just you can't do that. It was you just watch me. What are you gonna stop me? You're an extremist. You're an extremist.
Right.
You're you got to do something and put
leave it to Doooovid to break the laws of logic.
Self-righteousness at his apex, like I said,
Well, didn't you say it helped deal with the dissonance, the Hindu techniques?
Well, yeah, I created the multiple truth hypothesis out of dealing with the dissonance. But for years, I did basically full Orthodox Judaism and Hinduism, and even I remember I was chanting. I even chanted 16 rounds a day, like the Hare Krishna, for over a year. And at the time, I was doing full Orthodox Judaism, even on the high holidays. And the only thing, I stopped eating meat. So in terms of a conflict, I couldn't be a Hindu and still eating meat. So I gave up on eating meat. But I mean, it's difficult. It's very time consuming to do both, and mentally. But I think they're both true, and so you have to choose how you live your life. I'm a multiculturalist. I tried living it out, and I lost like half of my Jewish friends. I lose more of my Jewish friends for my liberal views on Israel than my Hinduism, but I lost a lot of Jewish friends over Hinduism, and yeah, like every like 1 out of 2 Jews I speak to.
You mean the two-state solution thing?
No.
Yeah, more Jews are bothered by me over my wanting to give citizenship to all Palestinians than my Hinduism.
Oh, the
but
one-state solution then.
No,
yeah,
I'm,
I would say like 1 out of 2, half of the Jews that I meet are just like, you can't do that. And like, a lot of Jews think it's cool. Like 1 out of 4 Jews I meet are like, cool, I love Hinduism. That's awesome. Like, oh, you're liberal and you that's awesome. But like, yeah, 1 out of 2 Jews I meet are just like, you can't do that. And it makes sense to me that that's like chunking theory and dissonance that they think that you can't do that. And
no, but that's
I've had this conversation now thousands of times and saying like, yes, it's a fact that like every 2 new Jews that I meet, like half of them, I'm going to have this conversation. They're going to be like, you can't be a Jew and a Hindu at the same time. You're not a real Hasidic Jew. If you're a real Hasidic Jew, that's forbidden. You couldn't do that.
Yeah. Now, for me, for the two-state, for the citizenship, yeah, sure. But I'm always pessimistic, skeptic in terms of the other side wanting it. In a sense, you're saying, like, would work. Yeah, ideally it would work, only if the other party accepted. And I'm sure the Israelis, the state of Israel, would love if everybody would be in the same kind of citizen, the same right. Everybody work for together.
Well, I say my opinion on this is more irrelevant, because like people don't ask me my opinion, and like I know but I think me actually going to events with Palestinians, I lost a lot more Jewish friends from going to events with Palestinians than going to Hindu temples. That it's saying like, okay, my opinion doesn't matter. I'm not changing Israeli policy, and like in synagogue, like I don't talk about this. No one asked me. But I saying actually going to like Jewish Voice for Peace or events with Palestinians, that like a lot of Jews are just like, no, you can't do that. I don't trust you anymore. Not a lot, but like a sizable amount.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you felt that also. So, but your opinions on the matter, you could keep your opinions to yourself, or like they don't really come up that much. Like even going to Jewish events and synagogues, very rarely is someone going to ask you like, "What's your opinion on Israeli politics?"
Like for example,
but if they know you go to events with Palestinians or go to like Jewish Voice for Peace, or if not now, a lot of people are just going to like unfriend you on Facebook, or start disassociating.
No, I disagree. I disagree with some of the points that Jewish for Peace have. I disagree in some points, not all of them.
I would say the University of Michigan,
especially the BDS. Probably the BDS.
I never supported BDS, but just as a student at University of Michigan, I went to speak to Palestinians and went to their events, and most Jews didn't want to be friends with me after that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the tactics they want to use the same way as South Africa, because that's the South Africa that's yielded to the sanction and the BDS movement. But it doesn't work in the Middle East. It doesn't work. It hurts more. I believe it hurts more the Palestinian who are working in Israel than anything else. So it's anachronic. It just doesn't fit the time. You have to find new tactics if you want to change.
Say my opinion on what we as Jews should do or what Palestinians should do, I would say like is relatively meaningless, because like we're not in power, no one's listening to us.
Yeah.
But I'm saying my ability as a student at U of M or at Wayne State to show up and speak to Palestinians is something within my power to actually go to that event, and then how my fellow Jews might be skeptical, like why the hell is he going to these Palestinian events? And then become skeptical, or want to disassociate from me, or may not even be around. Like they're scared like I'm some sort of traitor, that, saying like our opinions on the matter relatively are meaningless, but our actions, and really that's the only actions we have here, is I mean, we could voice our opinions,
Yeah, sure.
share posts on Facebooks, or I could make videos about Israel, but like no one would really watch them. It
I
wouldn't make
agree.
a
I
difference.
agree.
But I'd
No,
say I think it makes a difference meeting
sure,
and
but
being friends and speaking to Palestinians. And if you're on Facebook and you're my friend, and then you say like I got Palestinian friends, and those Palestinian friends are advocating for BDS, um, yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of Jews skeptical and scared, and I understand that. But I'm just trying to do what I thought is right, and it's tough to do, like the dissonance. So like, you can't be a Jew and friends with those Palestinians. Don't
yeah,
you know they
that's
want to kill us? Like, what are you talking about? I've been to tens of events with Palestinians, and I've never even been in a serious argument, let alone close to a fight. But like, they're still convinced that like you can't do
no,
that,
that
or like
it's
you would
it's
have
a
killed me.
fear. It's a fear of the future. That's all. That's the same thing that I feel about myself. They said you can't do that. I mean, they're not really comparing it with your relationship with your friends Palestinians.
I thought you were Palestinian actually when you first came on Lowell's. That was the time I
I
spoke.
look I look
Because
like an Arab Jew, right?
well,
But
because I saw
no,
you speaking
yeah,
Arabic. I remember you from an event, and I remember you speaking Arabic, and so I just assumed you were Arab because we didn't
no,
speak.
I
You didn't
was
introduce yourself,
I know
and you told you.
Moroccan.
Well, I
You
know,
know,
but I was saying like I just saw you at one of these events,
right?
and you
Yeah,
had spoken,
was it
and you didn't mention that you were Jewish, and so I just assumed you were Arab.
you remember was it in that the one with the Black Panthers, the Israeli Black Panthers talk? That was the time that I talked to someone in Arabic, in
Yeah,
Moroccan Moroccan dialect. The guy would speak very well. You know
yeah. I mean, wherever I saw you, like,
Black
yeah, I mean,
Panther,
I
yeah,
recognized
Black
you,
Panther, yeah, the Black Panther guy.
and so yeah, and I remember, wherever that you spoke Arabic and saying like, what maybe you said, but you didn't tell me that you were Jewish. We didn't speak,
Yeah,
so I just
yeah.
assumed you were
No,
Arab.
my Arabic really is just really just only the dialect of Algeria or Morocco. I mean, the Middle East one, it's sometimes it's hard for me to understand Lebanese, but I can understand it, but I cannot speak it. Moroccan Arabic, Moroccan Arabic, I can speak it.
But I took upon myself to deal with all people the same. So like
Yeah,
when you told me like, no, I'm Jewish, like I would have dealt with you basically the same, even if you were
sure,
Arab or Palestinian, because I
sure.
took upon myself I'm a non-sectarian universalist. I take a universalist approach to Judaism. I treat Jews and Gentiles the same.
Well, for me, it's different because of the experience of my family
Well, I mean,
and
God
the
forbid,
poor.
like I don't know if like your experience may not be that different. I just think I took upon
No,
myself
it
to
was a
act
tough.
that way.
It was
You could
tough.
take upon yourself. It wasn't
It
my natural condition. At some point, I had the idea, and I wasn't like that. Like for the majority of my Jewish experience, I wasn't like that. But at some point, I decided I was wrong, and I would deal with all people equally and the same. It was really Hinduism, the effect of Hinduism, that I decided I would deal with all people equally,
equally,
and
yeah,
and I
yeah,
and I changed myself to the best of my ability to do that. And I'm saying any person could go through that transformation if they wanted to.
yeah, 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 yeah. It's different. It's everybody that have experience. I mean, my
I'm
grandmother.
not saying it's experiment. I'm saying it's you have to desire to act that way, and then change your behavior in accordance with your desired behavior. So if you said that there was a value that you, even now as a adult male, maybe even senior citizen, maybe that you want to deal with all people equally, no matter their background, Jew or Gentile, black or
Yeah,
white, or Hindu, whatever, that then you would probably be able to adapt your behavior with the principle. So I mean, first you question like whether that principle is good, and then whether you want to adapt your behavior to prescribe with that principle. But certainly, if you decide that principle was good and wanted to adapt your behavior to living in according with that principle, regardless of whatever reason you didn't live your life till now acting to that principle, you would probably be able to adapt your behavior to that principle. And I know because I changed as an adult male in my 30s, in my early 30s, to deciding that I wanted to deal and treat all people equally, and then took a few years to adapt my behavior to the best of my ability to corresponding to that principle. I don't know,
Yeah.
Jennifer, if you have something like that.
Living according to principle.
Well, I mean, that you deal with all people equally, regardless
yeah.
of race, religion, creed.
Yeah, that's one of my principles. Is
I mean, it's a pretty basic Hindu principle. That's where I got
hold
it
people
from.
to the same standard. No, I wouldn't say to treat everyone the same because that's not showing any
What I'm saying,
discernment.
but equal.
But
To be equal to all
the
people.
spirit of the Western law, what it
That's
ought
saying
to be
when
type deal.
when I
the
saw Samish on Noel's show the
fairness,
first
yeah.
time, I thought he was Arab. Just not because I didn't really know him. I just saw him at one event, and the only knowledge I remember of him was that he asked some question in Arabic. So I just assumed he was Arab, but it wasn't like a strong, like, oh, this guy's definitely Arab. It was just my vague memory of him. And then he said, no, I'm Jewish. It didn't. I was still equal. It didn't change. Like even if you were Arab and you didn't say you were Jewish, I think I would have dealt with you equally and the same. That's why I'm saying I think that
Right.
we could give all Palestinians citizenship because I've trained myself to deal with all people
Yeah.
equally in that manner. But like obviously, like okay, like you're Jewish. I speak to you as a Jew. I found out you're a professor of sociology or your likes and dislikes. I'm going to reciprocate with you, treat you the way that you want to be treated. But say no, it had no effect on me. If you were Arab and wanted to be my friend or associate, we might have less in common, but I think I would have dealt with you equally.
Yeah. Well, that's what I do with some.
Just like Jennifer, I thought Jennifer was Jewish originally, just because like her name and whatever reason. And it turns out she's not Jewish. I dealt with her equally. It wasn't like, oh, I thought you were Jewish. Like, but now I'm mistaken. You're not. So I have to start treating you, differently.
Yeah. Well, for me, I treat everybody equal. But when it start to talk about certain issues, then I might disagree with them. But I would never call them name or even tell them they're ignorant of certain facts.
Yeah, I
Although
won't disrespect anybody.
this is the case. But sometimes you have altercation with people is because they don't know the whole facts.
But I'm saying that I wanted to associate with you because I assumed something about your race, creed, religion, and then I was wrong. So like now I don't want to associate with you. So I mean equal in that sense, that obviously people are different and should be treated according to their likes and dislikes. But saying that like no, I'm not choosing to associate. Like I'm not trying to get in good with the white people or even I'm not preferring Jews to Gentiles.
Right.
Or in any sense, like even like like a healthy person has young, old, fat, thin, dumb, smart, rich, poor friends. Like I have dumb friends, I have poor friends, I have rich friends, I have smart friends, and the reality, like I want to be a friend to all, and most people aren't rich and smart. So like I have a lot of I have friends from all professions. I have friends who are taxi drivers and cooks. And if I meet a person, have a connection, I will deal with them equally, regardless of their background, status, profession, even abilities. It's like, oh, you have low potential, and really, like I'll talk to anybody who reaches out and asks to talk to me. I basically agree and talk to them.
No, you do. I mean, you're cool. You kept, with Lowell, you kept you're cool. It was just incredible. If I was in my place, I probably would say something, but I cannot.
I'm not again. I mean, even
I
if
cannot
Lowell
put
reached out again
I
and
cannot put
wanted to
myself in your
work
shoes.
together,
You're
I
just
would.
you
I don't really
you.
I don't really bear grudges either.
Yeah,
So
so I
like
mean, I
like Lowell
saw
wanted to
that. I
cut it
mean,
off. We cut it off.
you're different. You're different in terms of understanding human reaction and keeping your cool and
I
being
wasn't
stoic
always
a
like
little
I
bit.
think I looked into it and then I thought this was the better way to act, and
Yeah.
then I went through the character refinement to the best of my ability to refine my character to adapt my behavior to correct behavior. What is correct behavior? And then an accurate assessment of my current state of behavior, and then trying to adapt my behavior within the best of my abilities. I mean, like Zobita, she's like, oh, she succeeded. She brought out my bad character. So it's possible. Like I'm still human. You could bring out my bad character. God forbid, you could probably bring out violence and bad behavior in me, but that's not essentially who I am. And my desire is to be nice and good, but I'm
Yeah.
still human. You could bring out
Yeah,
bad
but
behavior in me.
sometimes we do have feelings that we encountered when we deal with other people. For example, you remember that the talk with the Black Panther from Israel, the Moroccan Black Panther.
Yeah.
At the end, that lawyer from for peace movement, she was questioning his education. She was saying, "But you haven't graduated from high school. Did you graduate from high school?" And I couldn't believe that she was insulting him like that. This is after the talk, remember? And I couldn't believe it. I don't know
I think
why.
so. I think she was more like
Probably
oblivious. Like she didn't.
no.
She
I
didn't
think she
understand.
probably heard him say something and pro-Israel or something in some events and some dinner before the talk, and she was questioning his education. You haven't even graduated from high school, and it's probably true. He came from Casablanca in 1961, directly from Casablanca to Latania or Ashdod, and didn't even finish high
I'm
school.
still friends with that woman, and I don't think she. I mean, she might just be
I
more
really
oblivious to
from
her
then on
behavior. I mean,
from
like
then on I
a
just
self
couldn't believe it.
reflection, to
Why
like a
but
lack of
why
self
bring it?
awareness to know.
Why bring the education issue? What are you trying to prove? That he's not qualified to give a talk? Because he already did give the talk.
No, I mean,
Why? I just couldn't believe it.
I mean, a lack of self awareness. I mean, she was probably trying to be helpful in her own
No,
way, or
no, it
trying to show
wasn't.
her own
It
value.
wasn't.
You
It
know, like
wasn't. David, it
Well, I'm saying
wasn't.
I mean, you're judging.
She was.
I mean, you
She
could say that her
probably.
action was, mean, but like, no, I don't think she intended to be mean. She was probably trying to
I
be
think so.
helpful in her
I
own way,
think
or trying
so.
to, maybe bring note to her own resume.
I think so. He must have said something to her in the pre-event that was against her policy toward the Palestinian or something. Because to tell you the truth, David, most of the Moroccan immigrant all voted for Likud. They all now they're turning to religion. That's what I heard. They're all turning to messianic stuff, and it's just really kind of what happened to the French Jews, who are more reform, more leftist,
When I say
more
lack of education, like, saying, I mean,
probably.
that's
Yeah,
what
you're
she's saying.
right.
The reason why you're turning
You are
to these
completely
right
right.
wing policies or religion is
You
because
are probably right.
you're uneducated, and that's just kind of her working assumption that he doesn't know that he's acting against his own best interest,
I
and
don't
that's
know.
because he's not
I don't know.
educated,
They
and that,
fought.
if he was educated, he realized that he's not really going to pursuing his best interest by, religion or right wing politics.
Yeah, but they're
But I
turning to
say, in
it.
her own way, she was probably trying to be helpful based on her, kind of, lack of self awareness.
I don't know. I think most of us Jews from North Africa, we're trying to seek our identity. Right? Probably the same as Zemmour. What is he? Is he really French? Is he Algerian? Is he a Jew? This multitude, this multitude of fragmentation of identity, and this is what I think he's trying to push the community, the Jewish community in France, to start to think about what do they want? Who are they really? Are they French? Are they truly French? That's what he says. We all are French. Vichy is good. Pétain was a very good guy. He saved us. He did the bad things, but he saved us. He's still a French. He loved the French civilization. Hey, I'm sorry, Zemmour. I don't agree with that. Well, think about that in terms of who you are as a person. I mean, you are multiculturalist, looking at all diverse interpretation of what life is, what philosophy is, but some of us are still on the road to reach that, and there's still conflicting issues, you know whether we should go or move to Israel or not. And it's just really, this is what he's bringing up. And I think he's doing something that hasn't never done before in terms of questioning who you are as a person. Are you part of a culture? Are you part of a nation? Are you part of a civilization? Are you part of a religious community or spiritual community? Which one takes higher ranking than the other? This is what he's trying to push us. He's probably a stuntman. He's really called in French in the press as a stuntman, doing this to elicit more discussion about the French identity. And I think this is what Zimbo
Well, let's
is
wrap it up
about.
because we've been going for like
Yes.
3 hours, and Jennifer still hasn't even got to say
Yeah,
what she
well-
wants to say. So thanks for coming on, Samish. Appreciate
No
it.
problem.
A good
No problem.
conversation. And
Thank you very much.
be in touch. I sent you that link. If Thursday
Okay,
you
I
want to
will
show
check
up
it
to
out.
that Hindu temple for that event, you register, and I'll see you there. We'll be in contact.
Okay, I might go. I don't know. I don't know about Hinduism. I'm sorry, but Zen. Okay, I do.
Well,
Jennifer,
you were just talking that you should want an event like that, so I'm inviting you to an event like that.
I'll probably I will look over and see whether I'll be able to make it. But anyway, Jennifer, merci beaucoup. À la
Merci
prochaine.
d'être venu.
Ok.
À la prochaine.
À la prochaine.
Bye.
Peut-être que une fois on va faire des trucs en français.
Et ça serait le fun, ça nous aiderait peut-être.
Peut-être, ouais, peut-être. Je sais pas.
On
Ok,
pourrait
salut.
parler un peu de la science. À bientôt.
À bientôt. See you
Salut.
later, Doovid. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, happy Hanukkah. Thanks a lot. Okay, yeah, Jennifer, sorry that went on
all right.
so long. I know you had a lot to say. I hope you enjoyed that. And I know you're not so much into the politics, but got some subject expertise. Have Samish on, hadn't been on for a while, so we had a nice long conversation. So you want to do your weekend review, or did you have any comments you wanted to say on the everything that we talked about?
Well, that would be hard to know sort of where to leap in.
So you want to just go straight back to your weekend review, and then maybe you could ramble, and then at some point, I'll sign off. You could ramble, and I'll listen to it back tomorrow. So maybe you should do your weekend review and say like everything you want to say now before because we already been going like 3 hours, though. So why don't you do your weekend review now? Unless you don't want to. I mean, whatever.
I'm just trying to center your image currently on the screen because you're
okay. Well, if you're going to
really
do your
off.
week, I know you were sharing things while Samish was talking, and it's tough because as a weekend review of Doovid, I'm doing these other things, and most of these other things I'm doing aren't really on par with the topics that we're discussing, even though what I talk about with Jennifer is probably closest to my heart, which is these spiritual topics, even like like Hinduism is a big part of my life, and especially the hard problem of consciousness and interest in like science and spirituality, which not too many people are. That's why I'm still streaming with Jennifer 131 episodes, because like almost no one else I know talks about these things. So and even like I'm on these other streams, like the science of spirituality didn't even come up, and even trying to revert the conversation, like people are very sectarian and judgmental in their views. It's like, aren't you a Hasidic Jew? You can't talk about that. It's like, let's just talk about ideas, and it's very difficult for people to do abstract thought
You
and
could
separate
think about
it
the
from.
appeal of the Hegelian dialectic as well as the Socratic dialogue as simply being cheap thrills. This is sort of same pleasure as perhaps destroying a stand castle. But yeah,
Well, you have to work to enlighten.
The dialectic is all about a label. Because if you're transcending that label, then you're not fitting into the preordained script, and you're, a potential
We've talked about these
detonation
processes
device of cognitive dissonance. Yeah.
I mean, enlightenment is a process, and it takes work. And if people don't put the work into it, they don't really get enlightened. And so they just have these same binaries that they can't see past until they have work for some level of enlightenment and can understand things at a deeper, more abstract level. And a lot of people go through their whole lives, God forbid, not achieving enlightenment. And if you're enlightened, doesn't mean you have to only deal with other enlightened people. Benefit of being enlightened is having better dealings with unenlightened people also.
That's not the way I see it, but perhaps that's a valid way to look at it. I look at it as always just ahimsa, right? So it's fine to scrap everything. If there's a better way to ahimsa, you scrap the entire thing and you go with the better way to ahimsa. That's me, though. That's the juggernaut over here speaking. I don't expect everybody to be that improvisational.
You ready to go a few minutes? Because I've been sitting down. I need to pace and stand up a few minutes. So if you could talk
I'll
a few
blab.
minutes.
I'll give
Okay.
my chat. So
Okay, I'm right here listening. So I just need to get up.
interestingly, a pal on the Teach server shared, let's find it. Okay. So this article got shared. Let's see if it's actually coming. Sweet. All right. Here's the article talking about a quantum computer, which hilariously looks somewhat familiar for the fans of the show, been around for a while. I'm pretty happy about it. No, nary a peep from the Teach server. I'm concerned. The amount of bloviating condescension from the Socratics sans acknowledgement of an actual, you know what I'm saying? Okay. So I did a bit of a, I don't want to say a troll, but yeah, it was a troll, but it was trolling for truth. And what is a troll at the end of the day? Let's have a think on that. Troll is an entity that prevents you from crossing a bridge. So it's not really a, good or bad thing in and of itself. It's more perhaps modal, whether it's a good thing or not. People accuse me often of being a troll. What does that mean? Well, it means I'm not letting somebody probably embrace the toxic core of their false beliefs. This is awesome. Because, yeah, notice how it says photon source and coherent control. And notice how some of this stuff's looking kind of familiar and maybe somewhat. Anyway, so I did my usual thing, which was just sort of vague post. You know what I mean? You got to do it sometime. Who could have predicted this? Because it's always with this karma, right? Always coming back to this notion of karma. What does that mean? Well, you remember the quote, I think it was Napoleon Bonaparte, but now maybe I'm completely off base here, but history may not repeat, but it rhymes. Actually, that might have been Karl Marx. Anyway, whatever. I shouldn't try to source my own quotes midstream. Fiber optic cable beam splitter, pair of optical switches, and optical cavity. So it would appear the thing they hadn't quite cracked was like the self calibration, which is what this amounts to. And so I very quickly just said, oh, look, it happens to be a diagram I put out in March. It's sort of the double whammy where it's like, you want to keep hammering on novel testable predictions. You can't recognize an obvious novel testable prediction. Validated in under a year. I got the date there, 18th of March. Fuck peer review. Because here's the thing. What is science? What is it? It's a method. So it's like I can use science to know that peer review is not going to do what I want, right? I can also use science to figure out what it's going to work, though, which is, I don't want to say trolling, but it's sort of like on the way to Troll Town, where it's just like, I don't want to say Batesville, but it's in that general vicinity. You can't just tar every troll with the same brush. Is that the saying? Anyway, simpler design for quantum computers. Yeah, so it turns out it's like I guess the whole time crystals, light manipulation stuff, entangled space-time stuff, pretty enticing. And once you get one proof of concept going, you're kind of just like, oh, better make a bunch of them. So, I mean, I got my prototype built in under a year. I mean, I feel great. So that in and of itself, you know, I don't know what else I can really say, but I also got some great diagrams going this week. I went back in Blender and instead of having the type pack periodic table, I expanded it to make it look like more of a space-time event. And then I was able to rotate it into a hexagonal torsion field. And I have a sort of half-baked theory as to how that shape comes about, but I would say it's halfway compelling because it's sort of an intuitive numerology, but it's only two-dimensional, which, you know, is 2 dimensions really a good analog for 3+1? Maybe, but whatever. I think this one's a bit more compelling because it's just, okay, it's a rotational, quote, symmetry of the QMPT. You just got to line up all the s orbitals with each other. Oh, and I think I actually have the animation of it. So you can see how it starts out as a space-time event and then it turns into, well, it's still the same.
When I looked at that the first time, I thought it was a head with a yarmulke on it with like your periodic table.
You call it. It's like a Rorschach test. You're just seeing whatever your subconscious is projecting on it. But yeah, I realized like, okay, I can make a diagram about this, and I had like an eye drawn on the side to sort of show it was not compelling, you know. Talk about compelling, it wasn't. So I figured I just have to make a GIF, and that'll be the end of it. So hopefully, this one too, this notion of a God's eye view. If there's a God's eye view, the quantum periodic table, I feel like this is it. To me, it looks like it's flying towards me all at once. All right, so anyway, that's probably, I didn't really do that much other than that makes any sense this week. And oh yeah, I don't know if I actually got to this before or how much I got into this new phase of matter thing. But basically, your basic principle is what is the point of a quantum computer, or specifically a photonic quantum computer? Well, it's to do the computations that normal computers can't, i.e. the computations simulating quantum computers, i.e. well, it's not just biology, but the more complicated and the more interesting functionals relating to that would be biological. See, emulating biological situation with these quantum computers and using the intrinsic power of light, I guess, to make some type of an adaptive simulator. And the big development that seems to have happened now is some type of, we're really looking for error correction, which seems to be on the way. With the more you can coherently test your signal, right, and amplify it with no issues between the individual, quote, qubits, the easier that'll be. And that's, I mean, really, the technology is already so far along. Like someone was saying that it was as though it was a bad thing that they already made optical based computers, which is not what is not a quantum computer like this is. Back at like 15 years ago, it's like, you're saying, oh, this is like a bad thing. You can build it out, you know. Isn't it good to be able to build these things out of pre-existing parts? The point is to be able to build a signal. You want to be adding in qubits one at a time, and your signal is still, I don't want to say metaphysically coherent, but that's what's coming to mind. The composite signal, it's meaningfully derived from all the qubits. And so if you can figure out how to be able to, I don't even know how to word this, but have the addition of a new qubit be neutral, platform neutral. I'm not sure. Anyway, somebody explains better than me, no doubt. Who knows about actual computer programming? it's very exciting because you see that there's no real limit once you can add them together. That means that they can not exponentially compute, right? Because you have with parallel computers this P equals MP problem. With these integrated processor computers, theoretically, each new qubit is way more complexity. It's basically exponential complexity approximately for linear additional qubits. And if you can add them to each other and still maintain a meaningful, I'm not sure how far along they are in that sense, but they are definitely understanding the concepts I've been hammering down for quite some time, aka superposition and entanglement, because really this is all about coherent information transfer and understanding that any problem essentially has two layers of interpretation. And now that we've sort of cracked the light limitations, etc., and more importantly, what it can do, we can have a lot more fun with the quantum computing. Yes.
Yeah, I would say there's probably 3 tracks. There's quantum computing in terms of technology in stuff that we're building that are going to be able to possibly do things that we couldn't do before, or to just do things that we could currently do at a better, higher level of processing. Then there's the quantum computing that understands the current reality of the material realm at a deeper level that will possibly give new insights into quantum physics and maybe all fields of physics, including even mechanics. And then there's emergent phenomenon that might possibly be explained, like consciousness, the single neuron theory, or just that understanding quantum computing will be able to explain current unexplainable things, possibly like consciousness is this emergent phenomenon where currently we can't understand how these phenomena arise, but possibly by understanding quantum computing, we'll see that they're emergent phenomenon of processes that we'll come to understand.
Yeah, I think the big thing is understanding that space-time, well, I think it'll just be a better understanding of special relativity at the end of the day. Because the notion that space and time individually emerge from the speed of light and the configuration settings of a system in some sense ought to follow from the right interpretation of special relativity, but I've never actually seen that interpretation put forward. So I guess it isn't, I mean, how could it possibly ever be intuitive that time and space, quote, emerge from something else that is intrinsic?
We'll also say that there's likely to be limits of knowledge. So that's if it's not like quantum computing is going to answer all questions. It's going to answer more questions. It's going to explain more things. But we might also see the horizon of the limitations of what quantum computing is going to likely to come to explain, and what likely the limitations of the explanatory power of the theory, even as it develops, will be.
Yeah, it's an interesting question.
Saying like, no, I don't think quantum computing or quantum mind will solve the hard problem of consciousness. It'll probably give insight on the soft problem of consciousness and many processes of sensation, sense perception that will understand them at a significantly deeper level. Maybe like what they call the soft problems of consciousness on many levels of. But the hard problems, they know unlikely that developments in quantum computing, quantum mind, are going to actually solve the hard problem of consciousness. And we're talking about, Jennifer's more areas of theoretical physics or quantum physics that maybe quantum computing, it will not even actually give any solutions or further insight, my little deeper, better understanding. But it may not even lead to any great shifts in the understanding of physics. It might provide some evidence towards some schools of thinking versus other schools of thinking right now, where there's different opposing schools. But is it likely to completely win over towards one school as opposed to the other school, or is it likely just to
Well, what are
provide
the different
significantly
schools?
more evidence? Well, it's like a Copenhagen interpretation versus Bohmian, or various.
I mean, the question is the Bohmian interpretation really at odds with the Schrodinger equation? And I would say there's very little difference on the level that they both, every model that I'm aware of embraces Cartesianism. And I don't know about Euclideanism, but would appear to be pseudo-Euclideanism.
Anyway, we were talking about dimensionality. Is that what will is there any discovery or insight of quantum computing that will make any changes in the current understanding or schools of thought on dimensionality? That would
Yes. Well, the measurement limit basically disproves the notion of these arbitrarily dimensionalized spaces, because the observations emerge the space and time. The space doesn't happen until a measurement's made. I almost got into a debate, but I didn't, about whether I agree with the A or B theory of time, because I was laughing because the opinions of philosophers are split on whether A or B theory of time is right, and it may end up being a neither situation, although B theory seems to be more reasonable. But yeah, I mean, if time and space are both undefined in some sense until the measurement happens, then everything has to be reframed in that context of each observation corresponds to a dimension in a space of known potentiality, in the sense that there's a universal maximum on the number of orthogonal or approximately orthogonal informational coefficients in a particular system, because the universe only admits a certain amount of complexity. It's infinite complexity, but it's a finite type of infinity, because there's only finite orders of observability. You can't observe anything with a higher precision than, it's basically Thad's idea, there's a certain resolution past which it just doesn't make sense anymore, sort of to go down past the electron, for example.
So what's the state of your working together with T-Jump, or you're just in his Discord? You're not really working together with him. I saw you're modded. I saw that conversation he had. It was actually debunking Theology Unleashed. So I watched that, and so I saw I didn't watch T-Jump's debunking, but I saw you're modded. But is there any so to say status of what's going on between you and him, or nothing much? You're just modded and you're in his Discord, but you're not really working together with him.
Well, like I said, I spend the rest of my life savings to get on his show and mod that. Just kidding. I think it's just a perk of subscribing on Patreon to be, excuse me, to be a blue highlighted, what is that on YouTube, a mod?
Wrenched, yeah.
Yeah, wrenched.
I mean, it wasn't you're just saying you just paid the Patreon, you subscribe, and he gave you a wrench.
Yep.
It's not he's got it's meritocratic, pay to play, straight up.
Well, it's meritocratic in the sense that it's pay to play, and if everything, if karma is money, then it's meritocratic.
Well, I mean, the U.S. that's pay to play is the dominant paradigm of how things work. And so meritocratic, that there might be some exceptions, but generally it's just pay to play. You get in, you become a member because you pay. maybe a few people get cheaper membership or free membership, and there's some corruption and nepotism, but like generally, like no, you pay to play, and the rules are pretty similar. Like everybody's there is because they paid.
I don't think everybody pays, but I guess some of the mods do.
Well, I mean, maybe he gave he's got a few buddies that he wrenched, or God forbid, like nepotism, or God forbid, like exchanging sexual favors for a wrench or something like that. But like generally, like no, you pay to play. And God forbid, I watched that video of T Jump on this atheism channel, and he was claiming like he's on Pornhub. I know a meme says he's on Pornhub too. Like T Jump's like doing porn, or he was just joking.
You're asking me if he was just joking?
Well, I mean, God forbid. I mean, maybe you don't know, or maybe, but I'm saying like he posted on his channel, his interview, and leaving religion, and I went to the channel itself and watched it on the channel, and at the end he asked so where could we find you, and he says that you can find him on Pornhub.
I think I must have missed that episode because it's not ringing any bells. If that's the case, though, what can I say?
I just shared the link in the chat. Like it's I'm not sure if at the very end, if I mean you don't have to play it, but he may have been joking. The normalizing atheism. He was interviewed in person. He meets up with this guy in person. He has the link to the original video in his chat, normalizing atheism. It's actually from 3 weeks ago, but T Jump just posted this week on his chat. And I mean, it's an interesting.
You know what? I don't want to know. I
mentioned earlier where he said like atheism because like prayer wasn't answered, but they're just thinking at the end he says that you could find him on Pornhub.
But I mean, wasn't
God forbid, okay.
Video?
It could have been like God forbid. I didn't check Pornhub to see if he's on it.
Well, I'm sure someone's going to now.
I mean, God forbid.
Well, I'm just checking out the link here. Yeah, I think this is a spoof video.
No, it's an interview about atheism. But I mean, at the end, they even does some jokes about homosexuality, and then Pornhub at the end. So I mean, it could have been just joking, or maybe he's serious. Maybe he's on Pornhub. I don't know. God forbid. I'm not. I guess I don't care that much. Like you don't have to look into it and find out. Like you could forget I mentioned it. He did say some interesting things in the
joke to me. Like it's a comedy video. Like the whole video is a comedy video. Like remember my jogging video? Like that entire video was just comedy. It was no part of that video was serious, and to me that's what this was also. Like it's pretty good actually.
I don't think so. I think it was like a normalizing atheism. He went for an interview in IRL with a person. I mean, it sounded like a serious conversation. Although I mean, there were some jokes. Maybe he's the type guy who just throws in jokes or is humorous, or that was but no, I'm pretty sure it was a serious conversation.
I'll have to have another look at it.
I mean, you don't have to have a look at it. But I mean, if he's on Pornhub, he's on Pornhub. Like you don't have to unfriend him. But I mean, does someone go together with atheism? That
being on Pornhub goes with atheism.
Yeah, like a lot of times, atheism's an excuse for bad behavior, and it's like, oh, I'm atheist now. Like let me let me try to have forbidden sexual relations now that they're no longer forbidden.
The Pornhub thing.
I mean, memes in the chat saying you don't have to get naked. I mean, maybe you could just post like he's got philosophical videos. He's posting his same content on Pornhub. It's not porn. Like they have philosophy on Pornhub too. Like okay, God forbid. Like I didn't, you forget I mentioned it. But he said it in his video. Maybe it was a joke. Maybe it wasn't.
James from Modern Day Debate asked me to do flat Earth debate.
I heard you say that to Samish. I was like, God forbid. I mean, I said like they're not really a serious channel.
Yeah,
I
what
mean,
happened to that?
I'm not saying
channel?
you shouldn't. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. Well, I mean, not what happened. They didn't progress. Like, I remember when I reached out to them, I wanted them to progress and start getting to deeper topics, and we were going to debate monism versus dualism, and he never got back. And then your debate, and you know, so they're just rehashing the same like repeats of the same mediocre debates. So I mean, like I guess like he found a niche, and
it's
he's
flat
just
Earth
happy
debate?
to keep on. Yeah, he's happy to just keep on repeating that stuff. Like I mean, because like I said, like good content takes a lot of work, and he doesn't want to do the work. He's already built up. You know, he did work, and he's got himself a successful channel enough to be making money that he's just going to keep on doing flat Earth debates.
The maximum entropy state of James's channel is a never-ending flat Earth debate that they can just never get out of the false duality of due to.
I mean, there's the law of
predicting
diminishing
flat Earth.
returns. I mean, presumably he's going to start having diminishing returns on just delivering the same product, but he could milk it for as much as possible. And are you going to do it?
No, I don't see why not. I mean, I think it'll be a good opportunity to work on my rhetoric and stay calm. Just see what it's going to be with Mark Reed, I think. So
2-on-2.
Yeah, should actually be moderately fun. I mean, whatever. There's
I guess it's physics. It's your field.
It's not like it's messing up any other more important debates that I need to partake in, because having debates at this point is pretty much pointless. It's much better to have some type of a structured conversation. Just a question of what, still working on that. But yeah, I don't want to get stale, and I don't think I will, because I just tend to switch things up pretty regularly. But yeah, I mean, in terms of better results on YouTube, I mean, we just had Samish come on for how long there? Going on 4 hours of streaming. So
he was on for almost 3 hours. But
yeah.
I mean, that other guy, Chris, I think he was on for less than 30 minutes. Like, yeah, Samish was on for like good 3 hours, talking 2.5 of those.
Huh.
You want to wrap it up?
Sure. It's been a great stream. Thanks for coming, and we'll see you next weekend, if not sooner.
Okay, so thanks for doing this. I said,
oh yeah, my pleasure. That was great.
I'll people who follow me on social media, if this guy Gayam from India interviews me about reincarnation, I'll share that on Twitter or Discord. And Chris, if he sets it up to talk, I'll share that. I haven't been sharing, like I've just been popping on Doooovid. I didn't share that because it's kind of confrontational, low quality streaming, so I might not even share like if Chris is live or something, or this thing about reincarnation. But I'll show if it happens. I'll show it on Week in Review next week, so I'm not sure if it pays for me to share the content for people to watch it live. Thursday, kind of paranoid about COVID-19 and cases are really high, but I did sign up, so maybe I'll go to this IRL event on Hindu Jewish Hanukkah Festival of Lights events. If I go and they don't mind me live streaming it, then maybe I'll live stream this Interfaith Festival of Lights coming together for Hanukkah and Diwali. Other than that, Charles Moskowitz should begin this Thursday. Maybe Ralph, Politically Provoked. I can't get tired of Ralph. He's just like too many people bickering and yelling. So I don't even know if I'll appear on Ralph if he invites me. At least Zobita, like it was kind of like all me. So even though she had other guests, it was kind of just like all of them asking me questions. And then when the topic moved on, I just left. But like it was hours every night to just like me fielding questions from everybody. So like the Ralph like waiting to talk. Just an unorganized panel is or Politically Provoked. I can't deal with those. So I'd rather be doing research.
It's too much. I mean, it's exhausting, and if it doesn't change minds, there's no point.
Yeah. So that's about it. So I'll sign
I don't know
off
if my flat Earth debate. We'll see if my flat Earth debate changes any minds.
Was it actually this week?
Oh, I don't know for sure when it's going down.
And so my thing with Ben Watkins on Theology Unleashed should be 2 weeks from now, Sunday during the day. So we'll share that as it gets closer. So I'll sign off if you want to keep on rambling or talking.
It looks like it's 9 p.m. Eastern time Saturday.
My thing with Theology Unleashed is going to be 1 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday. Oh, your thing with the Flat Earth is this Saturday, 9 p.m.
I guess I got Saturday night. Woo!
I mean, I don't even know if it pays to flow. I'll be around, so we'll talk if you want to. I don't think it pays to do a Thursday night debate prep over, and if I flow, it probably doesn't pay to have a whole Thursday night debate prep. But if you think it's going to be good, Mark is pretty professional. I'm not sure how much he knows about the science, so if you work it out.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing a debate prep, to be honest, because
if Mark wants to come on.
Okay.
So speak to Mark if he wants to come on. Maybe we'll do a debate prep. We'll do it on my channel. Otherwise, it may not pay just to do it with you. But if you want, we could do it on your channel if you want to do a debate prep. So just reach out to me. And definitely ask Mark if he's going to be a partner. So pay to do a debate prep with him also.
Cool.
So have a great week. I'll sign off if you want to keep on rambling. Feel free.
Thanks. Hello. Yeah, so I was thinking about I just love getting a chance to talk to these people on the Discord servers. Yeah, I made a bunch of slides, but they're not loaded up, so I guess I can just sort of briefly read over this. I don't want to say proof, but a thingy. Ugh. Sort of a proof, maybe a little bit more discussion of a problem of where does the universe come from? What's the beginning of the universe? Does it even make sense to define the beginning of the universe? I've got a list. Possible universal origins, uncreated, self-created, created by extra universal entity, Big Bang, which is arguably also self-creation, infinite regression, and then a basic breakdown of how it makes the most sense to arrange these ideas, because at the end of the day, we may not be able to conceive of an unbounded entity, aka the universe, in a meaningful way if our entire basis for knowing things is sort of predicated on boundaries, which would appear to be the case. So if that's the case, then all right, well, we've probably never been able to understand nature on its own terms. The universe wouldn't be any different And so one by one going through the ideas, and what I liked was one thing Darth Ariana said, that infinite regression wasn't a problem. And I understand this is sort of like a universal creation thing. Like, can we regress infinitely into the, quote, past of where we are right now? Logically, sure. But in terms of a model of reasoning, no. Infinite regress is a problem because it's incoherent, because we only have a finite memory. That's where your problem for infinite regress is, right? Like, I think it's Zeno's paradox. That's not really getting to the heart of the problem of infinite regress. The problem is finite human, not compatible with infinite regress. Could have sprung out of the flatness, eh? Alrighty. So yeah, they seem to have unworkable limitations, but it's pretty much incoherent to think of there being a creation moment, because that sets you up like the problems that you inevitably get with the Big Bang, right? Like, it's literally you're setting it all up as dominoes and tapping one domino, and then everything just comes out of that. Well, no, because that would imply that the order was at the highest point at the beginning, quote unquote. And so the disorder's now at the highest point, which would appear to contradict quite a bit of observation, which is that there's some expansion, but also contraction. And I don't think I grabbed that video, but I'll try to get it for next week. Basically, sent to me by memes, I think, talking about how universes or galaxies can be sucked back in when they're smaller than the galaxies that they're colliding with. Anyway, very interesting idea. Don't want to get too sidetracked, but basically, I'm trying to set up a demonstration of how computationally uncreated and self-created are the same. And self-created is a strategic way of looking at uncreated, because fundamentally we don't have a basis to understand uncreatedness, because again, it's non-dual and we only really understand dualism, practically speaking, if everything we understand is predicated on contrast, right? And that presupposes dualism between the light and darkness. Anyway, optimized modeling, blah, blah, blah. A lot of interesting stuff, but voice is getting a little tired, so maybe we'll save this till next week, and really appreciate everyone tuning in.
Yeah, that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy in her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
They control the media, and the media is capable of making the people believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a region